mad? No. Should've kept my head and my cab low. Now I'm just getting played like Hasbro when I'm not butt fucking handicapped. I'm calling out your woefully insufficient level of lactose. So that's where the fat goes. Look at my legs, bitch. Ain't no circulation in those. I got them black toes. Listen, Faith, don't act like you wasn't sucking them shits like it was Leo DiCaprio. But I bet you think my kid's some kind of lasso that you can just throw to straight up mess with my cash flow. Learned a few lessons for black folk. Child support. No, collect the fees from the depths of my asshole. Inmate says, yeah, I stand behind him. The perfectly law-abiding citizen who's not violent, would never smack a bitch, force her to go uninvited. Lord, protect this man like you protect Hunter Biden. And Faith says, where's my child support? Get the fuck away from me. I never leave the Ralph Castle. Like, I'm gonna just show up at your house. Sorry, the Ralph ain't no Frank Hassel. I just don't care. Pop pills and get high. So my soul ain't there. I'm trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm nowhere near. Fuck it. Straight to hell. We go. I'd rather sit in this chair until I grow gray hair. I'll be dead at 45, man. I ain't scared. Trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm unprepared. I guess it's straight to hell. We go. Never see my ass in no ring. This ain't Knoxville. I just dox and will, cause that's all I can bring. No, you will never see my ass in no ring unless it's money laundering as the kingpin of the fucking pedo ring. I'm from the Bible Belt. I get the kids young, and then I got my own church. Matt called the kids song, and I ain't talking about no college kids song. If they can crawl, they can shit run. Am I wrong? How did I not learn my lesson? I think I'll just molest one more. Then next song, I'll put on this song. Get into the pink song, sing along with my good friend Ian Miles Strong. Now Josh says I'm whack as fuck, nigga. You cope, boy. My dick's small, but it works. What you need's a rope, boy. With your busted ass dick, why don't you stick to what you do best? Then go write some code, boy. Pop called me the pills, very dope, boy. This fat fuck's on pills, and he's so fucking dope, boy. Ask my mom every day if she's proud. She's like, no, I'm not. You're a goddamn joke, boy. Lord, I just don't care. Pop pills and get high, so my soul ain't there. I'm trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm nowhere near. Fuck it, straight to hell. We go. I'd rather sit in this chair until I grow gray hair. I'll be dead at 45, man. I ain't scared. I'm trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm unprepared. I guess it's straight to hell. We go. I just don't care. My pills and get high, so my soul ain't there. Court order deadline to pay this hoe's daycare. Fuck it, straight to jail. We go. I'd rather sit in this chair until I grow gray hair. I'll be dead at 45, man. I ain't scared. Trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm unprepared. Straight to hell. We go. One more for the live audience. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all the donations from all of you stupid, fucking dumbass motherfuckers. There's a lot of dumb motherfuckers around there. Big ups to T-Clips.
T-Clips. Remember T-Clips?
Rekieta did a 48-minute video talking about litigation.
Hold on a second.
And it was so smug and condescending and like wet-brained alcohol.
No.
Alcoholic rambling.
Don't say that about my man's. My man's Rekieta. He's your boy. He's in a loving family relationship. He's not gay. What do you mean he's gay? He's not gay. Who says he's gay? Why do people think he's gay all the time? Anyways, welcome to another episode of the stream. Whoa. There we go. So, I didn't want to stream. I didn't, you know what? Don't feel like it. But, now I have to. Damn it. But thanks for the, $200 super chat we just got in the chat. Thanks for the $200 super chat. Pretty sweet. And Restream.io just gifted 20 subs. Let's fucking go. Can't actually... If I clap, I'm just gonna smash the controllers together. It's very sad. It's very unfortunate. More importantly, I am playing this delightful game. It's certainly more important than the Rekieta stuff. What I really... Nope. The, oh yeah, this clip right here is, Janny Juice, good old Janny Juice from, Kiwi Farms, of course. Basically is like, I can play it and you can hear, but there is some hosting domain called Epik. And in fact, Rekieta will be getting into a little more detail about that himself. But before he does, Epik was saying some stuff about Kiwi Farms, and I plan to actually show some of that later after the clips. So I wanted to, this is going to be a big pain in the ass show for me to do, where I'm going to listen to clips, and then I'm going to have to, do the, go into VR chat and do the kind of VR chat show, which is nice. It's quite nice. But, oh shit. Damn it. But the, oh, wait a second. How much? 22. I can't barely see shit on this. What's this? Oh, okay. That's pretty nice. The, that worked. Yeah, so the Kiwi Farms, they're thinking about a lawsuit because, Epik, hosting, the person who either runs the Twitter or runs the actual business has just been sort of having public meltdowns, just losing their shit. To the point where people are like, is this real? And it's like, yeah, this is real. The tweets specifically, which I'm gonna show eventually after the clips. The Rekieta clip is like almost 50 minutes long. I'm gonna play the whole thing. And it's a trap. No, what is this? What am I looking at? Why am I looking at? You know what though? Here, I will just listen to Null, unfortunately. But he has a 3-minute starter to kind of introduce what's going on.
I couldn't get through it. I couldn't listen to it.
Oh, yeah,
it's just like the way that his intonation.
This is actually about Rekieta's video about it. So Null is going to explain why he's not even going to listen to it.
And the way that he speaks is so stuffed up his own ass that I can't bear to hear him.
Shit.
I just can't even stomach listening to him anymore.
What a shame.
So
Wait,
I'll have to accept my
what a shame
legal advice from practicing lawyers instead.
Oh shit.
Make it. Also, can we pull for who's going to be a more competent lawyer, Rekieta or ChatGPT? I mean, I don't know what the ChatGPT side is. So I can't guess. Rekieta is poisoned by perspective. He cannot separate his emotions and what he wants to be true from what is going to happen. So I'm open to the concept that maybe it's not the right idea. However, I am not going to make that determination based off what Rekieta says. But I'm not headstrong on anything. Finno-Hungarian Imperialist for 5 says, I thought Rekieta was pretty measured and serious in his response. Certainly more so than when talking about Greer. A lot less grinning, and when he yelled at chat, it was just to let him finish his point before calling him
We'll
names.
Listen to that ourselves.
Well, I'll never know, because I'm not going to sit and watch 48 minutes of that shit.
Shit.
There's nothing to gain from it. It sounded spiteful in what I listened to. I don't trust his opinion on legal matters, so it's a 50 minutes of my time spent watching something that can only serve to make me angry. And I'm very unabashed. If I know that there's media that exists that is not entertaining and it only exists to piss me off, I just don't watch it because I don't have the bandwidth to like.
I'll just say right there, I definitely don't blame him on that. I know how it is. Certainly know how it is when gay e-celebs get pissed off at you and do giant segments. That's what I was thinking is that for the subscribe star, of course, for our cherished subscribe star paper pigs, I mean, nice subscribers, I figured I would cover one of those old Rekieta streams from about like 2019 or something. I think 2020, maybe. I don't remember exactly. I mean, there's a few. One that would be really good, actually. One that would be certainly easier for me to listen to would be the one where he had Liam Gray and DA Talks on, where he basically was having Liam Gray on as a favor to take his side, and it just backfired, and everyone got really awkward, and it was very sad. And of course, Rekieta's friends and fans had no idea how to respond to it, and everyone just tried to do the typical stock response of like, oh, this guy who's coming, like, trying to trash DA Talks for basically for being right and for speaking up against the lying, the sort of Lugenpress narrative that Rekieta and his friends wanted to purchase. As Rekieta, as we have known and shown, for many years now, Rekieta's opinions essentially are, for sale for the highest bidder, to the point where, he had a big fucking meltdown about it being pointed out. And it's what now everyone else is realizing, and it's what Null kind of acknowledges even here. But at the same time, he doesn't want to listen to it, and I don't blame him, because listening to just annoying, stupid people talk about annoying, stupid things is annoying and stupid. And it's, if you just did that all the time, you'd end up looking like Nick Rekieta. Nobody wants that. Nick Rekieta doesn't even want that. He just doesn't really know. Oh, that's a seeking effect. Anyways, oh look, another one. Yes. Anyways, so yeah, as I've explained to people, a very low cringe tolerance, and so that's why for many, many years I've not been able to listen to anything from Rekieta, because, going back to the very beginning, Rekieta has always been a thin-skinned, effeminate soy boy, you could even say. Oh, there we go. And we had been essentially proving that without even trying to. Sort of like how Rekieta was bragging about how he won Lolcow of the Year without even trying. I covered that. I did a stream, or not a stream, but a sort of recorded kind of a stream that will go up on the Subscribe Star. In fact, that's what the some of the clips that have been posted are from, the illicit clips, the one about illicit clips that I posted a few days ago. And I think there's going to be another one going up next week, something. Maybe then Friday? I don't know. I don't remember. But there's another, just a little goofy fun clip of listening to goofy fun. Whoa. I'm okay. Am I? Yep, I'm okay. So, yeah, there's a lot of big stuff, streams and things going up on the Subscribe Star, as well as regular videos. So we're actually, pumping up production of Insight, the new forced catchphrase we're trying to push. That's very wonderful. Is regain your soul. And it's sort of our version of become a human again, as well as learn the unforgivable truths and that kind of stuff. Something else I've added to the outro, the sweet new outro video that Clumsor made for us. Very delightful. And of course, the usual comfy sort of smug wave mix of that music from Cybernator. Delightful. Just delightful things on the channel. And we're getting more subscribers and Subscribe Star donations. I'm not even sure if it's because of that or just because we're now, usually people would say we're logging Rekieta, but it's always been the other way around in reality. Oh, sweet. No. Rekieta is my A-log. I'm not his. And that's always been. And that's how it's always been. And it's so true. But anyways, the the situation currently is something that I wasn't really familiar with, but apparently I'm more familiar with it than Rekieta is, because I was seeing some people mention it and talk about it on fediverse, which I'll explain some more of that later when we get into that. What we'll do now, though, is just play more of this, and we'll get into... Oh, yeah, that's right. I think there's another song after this. So we'll just
watch things that deliberately try to piss me off, you know what I mean? If there's nothing to gain from it outside of that, then there's no point. Twinkle Tart for $100 says, hey man, you know I'm in for your lawsuit. Also, don't worry about Rekieta. He'll just recommend you hire Tybeard and advise Ethan Ralph that you can ejaculate on Harry Morris's grave illegally. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Yeah,
he said there's a part, I didn't even play this because
the other part of our the other part of our forced catchphrase was to see into the mind of God. Donate to our subscribe star, which is regain your soul. Basically, it was something like that. Yeah, I don't remember which. Yeah, this is better. It doesn't matter though. Here, I'm just gonna go back to this clip. We've covered our forced catchphrase, classic stuff, but that's the stuff that you can watch in our regular videos. All of our regular non-subscribe star videos, even.
That's just gross, but Ethan Ralph was like fucked up on Xannies and alcohol.
Okay.
Ethan Ralph from West Memphis, Arkansas, in case you're wondering, was fucked up on Xannies and alcohol, and he was like,
"What? No,
Harry Morris.
What? No,
Harry Morris. When you die, I'll still be alive, and I'll come to your funeral, and I'm gonna come in your casket, Harry.
Whoa,
I'm gonna come in your grave, and it's legal." Rekieta told me that it's legal for me to come.
If it's legal, I guess that's okay.
Grave, Harry.
Sure.
And I remember listening to that thinking, that's not true. That's like desecration of a corpse. You can't
no, come on.
Eject bodily fluids on somebody's fucking casket. That's definitely not legal.
I don't know about that.
Rekieta thinks it is.
Come on, Rekieta. But also at the same time.
This is a prepaid call from
It's Ethan Ralph. Fucking shit.
An inmate at the county correctional facility. To accept this call, press 1 now.
One in the chat. Sure, yeah.
Ever since the beginning, you were just so different.
7 in the morning.
Because you didn't have an opinion. You just did what I said in my twisted dominion. You're one in a million. These other motherfuckers just act like children. Oh, they love me on the kill sheet, but then they call me trash when I get out the building. It's such a disgrace. Now they gotta turn around before I fuck up, cause they're only nice to my face. Bitch, you're bugging. I'm nobody's husband. I'm nothing. I didn't do nothing to nobody, nothing. So how the fuck did I end up in this phase? Guess a thumb in the butt ain't worth nothing but 713 days. Yeah, I whipped your ass like a slave. The whole world found out you were paid. I needed an aid, and you had the costume mouthful of AIDS. That's what it cost you. And I watched you break down in the courtroom. Ralph could no longer support you. Nigga, fuck the retort. If you'll be my baby, I'll never let it abort you. Hater, you're loyal, and I know you want me. Unload those fucking balls on my face. Let me taste your loyalty, cause it's sweet and salty. Your ass is sweet and salty. Gator, sweet and salty.
Gator,
I gotta get that loyalty. Gotta get that loyalty. I could resist, Gator, you know.
All calls are subject to recording and monitoring except privileged attorney-client communication.
Man, fuck. This is bullshit.
Oh, he could have
Your
Rekieta
call
on then.
has been accepted.
Oh.
You may begin your call now.
Remember my favorite musician? He needs to be gunned down with some ammunition. Find whatever the fuck town he lives in. Pop that bitch nigga right in his kitchen. Hold on, Ralph. You ain't black. Can't say that to Bibble. You ain't black. Even though I'm from Memphis, and they gave me an N-word pass before they put the dick in my crack. I'll trade defensive cowboy for broke back. Trade a Ford truck for a coat rack. Depending on how things go, I'll trade Southern Dingo for a Mandingo. I just hope that you won't burn me like kerosene. I guess that's the jealousy. How they make every effort to have with me. Quit your jobs, never to question me, never to mess with me. And shake the pill bottle endlessly. Go and fetch me the Hennessy. I know where May keeps the edible panties and ketamine. Bibble is your autistic energy. So follow me to wherever Nick Fuentes be, like a dog with the lead. But I do more than take photos of you while you sleep. Bibble, you're loyal, and I know you want me. Unload those black balls on my face. Let me taste your loyalty, cause it's sweet and salty. Your ass is sweet and salty. Bibble, sweet and salty. Negro loyalty. Bibble, you're loyal, and I know you want me. Unload those fucking balls on my face. Let me taste your loyalty, cause it's sweet and salty. Your ass is sweet and salty. Bibble, sweet and salty. I gotta get that loyalty. Gotta get that loyalty.
To decline this call and block future calls to this number, press 9 now.
Oh no.
We're going to start with a small story first. I don't mean to be
Well, hold on. Now, again, this is the big story. And a pretty big story. Clearly, it's a big story because a lot of other people, just in general, were like, "Holy shit, what's going on?" Well, that sounds good. What's going on? Hey. To quote Lindsay from Ventrilo Harassment. Hey. Classic quote. The, that song, by the way, Rekieta really should have been added to it. As we told people, we've been warning everyone, and as usual, we've been right about Rekieta. That's why I think, it would be good to do, like a stream like this, but just specifically for Subscribe Star. To yeah, on Subscribestar to listen to some of the old Rekieta streams from back when he was supposedly good, in a way to prove that he wasn't. And the thing is that I've actually never listened to them myself but people have like clipped them and sent me the clips and then, told me about them and been like, oh, he's fucking spurging out. He's losing his fucking mind about you again. And I would be like, well, it's sad, but that's his business. That's the other side of the internet, the underneath side of the internet, if you will. Where it's about status worship essentially. And I have no interest in, the brainwashed underneath people, as Nietzsche would put it in sort of a specific way, perhaps in a different language. It may translate differently, how it is. Where the fuck am I? Oh, here the fuck I am. But, yeah, I think that would be good to the one with Liam Gray, but also there's the other one where he had that giant meltdown about me. I think that would be good. And the thing is, again, though, it's like 3 hours long, and like even Null said, and with certainly with justification, like because we've always been talking about for years and years, is that just I've never had any kind of cringe tolerance. I've never been one of those people who's like, oh man, look at this really embarrassing video of the guy who fucking, jumps off a building and shatters his legs and fucking shits himself in front of the entire cheerleading squad and that kind of shit. It's like, yeah, I don't really want to watch that. That just sounds sad. That doesn't sound happy. Sounds like the opposite of happy. So yeah, and like when it comes to making e-celebs just start crying and wailing, especially when I had no intent to do that. That was one of the most bizarre things about Rekieta, is that he started like crying and pissing himself in public, just completely bitched, utterly brought to heel. We turned Rekieta into our personal toilet, essentially. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That sounds gross. That's not cool. Rekieta did that to himself willingly, though. I was like, all I can do is think, why? Why would Rekieta do that? But he did do it. There's not, it's not, a matter of speculation or debate. We can listen to the actual video of him doing it. The one where he had Liam Gray on wasn't really that, though. That was just, he was having Liam Gray on to try to take his side, only to have Liam Gray turn out to be pretty much everything that every person in comics say. Like when it comes to loyalty, Rekieta, of course, has always been a person who believes more in loyalty than the truth, and we have had proven that years ago. Another thing that's not up for debate, another thing that we had proven. That's the thing. Anyone who is like, man, Rekieta is dishonest, it's like, yeah, we had been proving that for years. If you just listened to us, you would have known all of that many years ago. So that's why people are gradually starting to wake up. But the difference is, as we've been pointing out and been, again, proven correct about, not just for years, but perhaps for millennia, you could say, is that ultimately most people don't want the truth. As the saying goes, most people don't want to know the truth. They just want to be told that what they already believe is the truth. And they want status behind it. They want a sort of fame connected directly to it. Otherwise, the truth isn't good enough. That's another old saying that proves us right, is that the truth isn't good enough for most people. If it's true, but unpopular, people don't like it actively. That's been something. I mean, shit, they write about that in the fucking Bible. So if you want to know how many millennia we've been proven right about everything we say, you can go back all the way to the Bible on that one. The Bible as written by pretty much our peers, you could say. God, if you will. It's another way to put it, you could say. But anyways, the important thing is that, I think that would be a good video to do, just to cover Rekieta, some like the stuff, because when it comes to the recent stuff, everyone's caught on to Rekieta recently being a lol cow. They're like, Rekieta's now a lol cow. So as far as the truth of Rekieta having always been a lol cow, and us having proven it, and us having made Rekieta our bitch personally, in a way that's completely irrefutable, to the point where even like his own friends, I'm not just saying this, it's bizarre. It would actually be very, very weird, you can even say, for me to just be saying that out of some kind of, because a lot of people do that where they're vindictive. They're like, oh, I don't like Rekieta. That's one thing Null is clearly doing, is that he would be sucking Rekieta's dick right this second if Rekieta didn't make fun of him, say, that, oh, Josh Moon can't read social cues and that kind of thing. Especially about the, who's the guy, the black guy, Ebon-based black guy that, Rekieta is still friends with. That became a huge, PR nightmare, of course. Just, there's always, Drex. Drex was that guy. And we did a bunch of videos about the Rekieta and Drex situation. Almost a couple years ago now, but at least last year they went up. So if you want to see that, check out. Take the Troon GIF off of the screen. There's a GIF on the screen of a Troon? I'm not sure you know how to identify Troons. That sounds like something a Troon would say. But actually thinking that a non-Troon looks like a Troon. Definitely caught. Told on yourself in 4K, as the Squiddos call it, or some shit like that. I don't know. But anyways, the Rekieta stuff, I think that would be really cool to cover on our Subscribe Star. Well, lots of good bonus just top notch, top tier. See, it's a new combination. New word invented. There. But yeah, if you want to discover the truth about that, donate, become PayPig. 5 coins. Wow. Aside from that, though, what was going on is Kiwi Farms wanting to sue Epik LLC, which is hosting, website hosting, specifically for talking shit, but what is being referred to as slander. And again, we'll cover Rekieta covering that and representing that in the way that he wants to, improving what I've been saying here this entire time. The one thing that really drives Rekieta insane is when you point out that basically his opinions are just for sale to the highest bidder. But that's how it's always been. And if you want to see proof of that, if you want to see me cover older videos and streams that get into detail about that, let me know. I can try to get to that. I'm getting all kinds of tore up. Oh, okay. Sweet. Neat. But yeah, for now, we'll just cover Rekieta's representation of the topic, and then after that, we'll have a little break and then get into more detail, perhaps more accurate detail. So let's listen to this.
Insulting by saying it's a small story. It has nothing to do with the story itself. It's just that the story isn't actually developed yet. The story isn't developed yet. The story is a potential story. But it's being talked.
That's basically Rekieta's preemptive way of trying to get around how he'll probably, he'll lose the case and be like, well, the story was still developing. I said so. When there's this, it is the start of a story, but there's enough to talk about, as you can hear when he goes on to talk about this for quite a long time.
About by the decision makers in the story. One of them is a dear friend of mine, Joshua Moon, and we are going to talk about his proposed.
Dear friend, again, that kind of is the tell that Rekieta wishes he could be friends with, because Rekieta knows when he's not friends with Josh Moon, that means Kiwi Farms. It's open season on Rekieta. That's why Rekieta, he's afraid of that in a way. He's afraid of losing that validation, which he's already lost. But he thinks it's like the quote about Americans seeing themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. That's all Rekieta sees himself as. The guy who's about to go, but because the reality of pretty much every YouTuber is it's all kayfabe. The whole thing is just for show. It's for show for you, the normie pig cattle out there who are like, oh, these people they're beefing with each other. They do that intentionally so that you give them super chats. I don't think that's Null's intention, but that is Rekieta's intention. He knows that it can, he figured it would help him, it's like, hey, this is, when I talk shit about this guy, he just has to make up with me again. And not because Rekieta thinks that, but because everyone Rekieta is friends with does that for a living. And we've, again, seen that in action. All of these people that he's friends with, all of the people in Comicsgate, they manufacture these fake beefs, and then they get into fights with each other. They kick each other out, people kicking each other out of Comicsgate constantly. And then, over stuff that's like, this is unforgivable, there's no coming back from this. And then a year later, they're like, you know what, we made amends, we buried the hatchet, so that you, the stupid idiot masses out there, the gullible proles, the suckers that you are inherently, genetically, forever doomed to be trapped as, will go, oh, this is great. They made friends with each other again. Your nature is to fall for that. Your nature is to fall for that and to be enwrapped by the constant drama of the YouTubers, infighting, you getting suckered into believing it. I mean, it helps them if you're suckered into believing it with, as we proved with the whole Nasser case. Oh, neat. sword damage. Cool. Where people in Comicsgate were completely baffled when Nasser, not Nasser, but when Nasser was allowed back into Comicsgate. They're like, why is this disgusting monster let back in? Because they had no idea that the whole story of Nasser being a disgusting monster was just something that everyone in Comicsgate made up for attention, except for, again, you, the sucker, the rube, who your nature is to just send the super chats. If you've been sending super chats to YouTubers, you are brainwashed, you are subverted. You're not actually a person. You're a person who has convinced yourself that you're sentient when you're not. It is the inherent rule. I mean, after all, you're fighting the woke mob by sending YouTube money. You know, YouTube takes a gigantic cut of that money. If you're paying money to YouTube, you know, it's, you know, whatever you're claiming to think is real. Oh, a key. All right, this is actually pretty decent. All right. Oh, is this live? No. No. Fine. Oh, shit. There's monsters. Hold on. There's monsters. I keep forgetting this stupid mark thing. EVS is doing that now with trash. Yeah, that's actually another perfect example. Ethan's been streaming constantly, and when he's streaming, as usual, he's not working on his comic. But that's been the old joke about Comicsgate. Is Comicsgate makes YouTube videos. That's all, their only business. The comic books themselves are just merchandising for their YouTube channels. That's been true. And if you see other people say that about, say, Eric July, that's because they're just repeating what we had said about Comicsgate. Everyone saying that about Eric July is criticizing Comicsgate, even if they don't know it. If they think they're on Ethan Van Sciver's side, they're actually trashing Ethan Van Sciver and don't know it. In fact, Ethan kind of resents them, the people who are on Ethan's side. But the people who are on Ethan's side, when they're like, you know, oh, Eric July's comic is, you know, it's just YouTube merchandise. Ethan resents that, but he knows how to play the game, as people who are friends with him have pointed out, is that Ethan plays the game of, you know, putting on the fake smile and convincing everyone that he is not miserable or angry. That's been seen many times. The whole gas chamber thing, that's proof of that. For anyone who doesn't know, you should have been listening to us for the past several years. You should have been following us, because we've proven that live in front of the whole wide world. But doing that with Trash Cast show, bringing in a lot of super chats. It's all about the show. You couldn't care less about any creators. Yeah, that was another thing that was funny, is that people were trashing Eric July for not promoting other indie creators, which he had the same reaction that Ethan Van Sciver did when people said that to Ethan. People were like, hey, Ethan, you don't really even support other creators. You just support knee benders and stuff. So Ethan immediately went out and damaged controlled specifically, by bringing on like just a completely random person. And then I think the next stream he brought on some other completely random person, you know, to promote their indie comic. And then a week later, he dropped it and stopped doing that. And he really doesn't like doing streams with other people at all. He doesn't like promoting them in general. Oh, shit. Is it even good? Oh, no. You know what? I don't think I need money. I don't need money. I don't care. Anyways. Oh, here's a coin. Here. But here, let's get back to the Rekieta stuff for now.
To bring a lawsuit against Epik LLC, the former web host of Kiwi Farms, for defamation on behalf of Kiwi Farms. This is an interesting concept, and we will be exploring it, throwing out some ideas, and I mean, I'm going to have to make some inferences because I'm not up on the up and up with the Kiwi Farms and how everything works. So we're gonna have to take some stabs in the dark and just kind of talk from a general standpoint about what a possible defamation lawsuit against.
There's the that tell mannerism, some stabs in the dark. Notice how he says that is basically when he is sort of either has already embarrassed himself or is about to. That's how he was talking when he was very briefly trying to address the Mandy situation of how he fell in gay love with a catfish that was a dude. Speaking of troons, Nick Rekieta fell in love with a troon, not even troon, but just straight up a guy pretending to be a girl on the internet, sort of like how John Delarose has done. Ethan Van Sciver actually did that too in the past. So again, it points to a consistent pattern of behavior with the people in Comicsgate, people in the YouTube sphere, they're related spheres, if you will. Hold on a second. That's fun. The just a lot of the related behavior, the similar activities. The various activities that they like to do. Oh, sweet. Here, let's just play this again.
Epik could look like based on the very limited information of the screenshot someone sent me of Josh's, I think it's his tweet. But yes, Josh of Kiwifarms.net is considering suing Epik LLC. Epik is the web host. EPIK, by the way, not Epic with a C, but Epik with a K. They're the web host for Kiwi Farms, or were the web hosts. They seized the domain for a while, and Josh is alleging that they have committed actionable defamation against Kiwi Farms. So we will talk about that. We'll talk about potential hurdles of the lawsuit, and there definitely are some. Even though, the people involved may not think there are too many, or they may. I don't actually know what the chatter about it is. I don't really care. We're just going to analyze Josh's post, talk about it a little bit. And
why did you ever think that Nick Rekieta even cares? It's just funny to him. It's weird, you could even say. What's wrong with you that you thought Nick Rekieta cared? You must be a weirdo if you thought you're a weirdo. If you thought that Nick Rekieta cared.
I do think it'll be an interesting story.
By the way, that is another thing. If I go back and watch, because it's a treasure trove. Rekieta's old streams are just a treasure trove of the exact behavior. People would be fucking mind blown if all the stuff they've been, all the people are like, oh, Nick Rekieta's really changed. If you went back to the older streams, you would see that exact same behavior that you think he's changed into. The smug, like whiny smug voice. It's kind of a whine smug, if you will, that Rekieta does very regularly. When he's kind of on the back foot, when somebody else has basically made him their bitch on accident, the way that we have many times in the past, and the thing is that it's just a good opportunity. Back then, I was like, well, people aren't going to be honest about him being a whiny faggot. It's like, might as well. Wait, do I want to... Oh, well, you know what? I don't know. Hold on a second. But the, whoa, what's this? Oh, wait, no. But do I care, though? That should be pretty decent. I still need that jackpot thing. This is more important than Kata, but you know what? Here,
if it develops. The problem with it, just from the outset and conceptually, is that it'll cost a lot of money.
Yeah. And
Kiwi Farms will have to fund it, probably. They don't have many allies. I don't know if the EFF is going to be super into representing Kiwi Farms. I think Josh has maybe had trouble getting sort of the pro bono representation from the organizations.
Here's legal expert Nick Rekieta here.
To bring lawsuits on behalf of certain principals rather than just clients. I think he's had trouble getting them to help out in the past due to maybe the controversial nature and rumblings about Kiwi Farms. And that's what this is ultimately about, right? Rumblings about...
There is some point to this. I mean, it's a point any moron. You certainly don't have to be a legal expert to point out that Kiwi Farms is controversial. Therefore, it's going to be hard to defend legally. Oh, gee, no shit. This is again the expert legal analysis. That's why LawTube is really kicked in, is because just complete dolts have gone around acting like an expert, non-practicing lawyers. And that's another funny thing is that. Non-practicing lawyer, by the way, the whole making fun of Rekieta by calling him a non-practicing lawyer, that came from us from years ago. From us talking about how Rekieta told me personally on stream, or it wasn't on stream, it was before the show, he told me he had closed his legal practice to become a YouTuber. And it's like, you could just do that? You can just guarantee success on YouTube? And it's like, you can't. He didn't say this, but you can guarantee success on YouTube many, many ways. One of them is to buy subscribers. The other is to game the algorithm. And if you do them at the same time, you're pretty much guaranteed to have success on YouTube. You just have to talk about stuff that you don't know much about and pretend to know stuff about. Or you find topics that you can at least talk about. You can fake it. You can try to cover it in some way where you do some research, just stuff like that. So there's a lot of ways to do it, and that's what there are actual companies and corporations that just get directly into that business of basically hiring a face to go on YouTube and talk about topics that are popular in the search terms. That's it. That's the whole game. You do that and you can just instantly be successful. And there are lots of, topics and search terms to talk about that will, automatically just get you pushed in the algorithm. And that is ultimately what YouTube wants. And especially if you are monetized, you are making money for YouTube. And that is where the real controlled opposition, that's the real psyop, is all of these people selling you this idea of how they are fighting the woke, but they are making money for YouTube as they're doing it. If they're monetized on YouTube, if you have sent them super chats, you have sent money to the woke mob at YouTube. And if you think you're not, you are massively delusional to the point where you basically don't have a soul. You're not really a person if you think you're fighting the woke while donating to, or even watching monetized YouTube channels in any way. And that is the nature. That's been proving our point. Every time somebody's like, well, this guy's really successful on YouTube. And it's like, that proves our point. That proves our point that they're, controlled opposition. It's a psyop. And it's working for YouTube to make YouTube money. And that's how it always has been. That's how it's always going to be. All these guys act like the smartest. Well, that's also part of the thing, is you have to act like you are somebody who is an expert. If you act like you're somebody who's an expert, people will throw themselves on the sword in your defense, basically telling everyone else that you are an expert. You have to be an expert because look, the guy is, the guy's so popular. That's usually the criteria that people will, not even that the guy is right about something, but that the guy is popular on YouTube. Therefore, he has to know. If he didn't know, he wouldn't be popular on YouTube, right? That is the logic that everyone else uses. And it works. It works on you, the normie pig cattle out there. By you, I mean mostly people who aren't even watching. People who aren't even watching, the brainwashed people, the underneath people, if you will. Where am I? Oh, okay. You know what? Okay. Now I know where I am. But yeah, yet they're constantly engaged in middle school drama. Yeah, that's another thing, is that but they know that it's getting them clicks in super chats. They don't care that, they don't care if you are aware of that or if you don't know at all. They don't care if you pretend to know or if that you're just enjoying the drama for yourself. All that matters to them is that they're getting, if you're watching, they're getting ad revenue, and they're getting super chats from the people who want more to believe that they're on the right side of history, as it used to be called back in the day. Most people forget that term. It came from the SJWs. It came from the left. But it does ultimately describe everyone. It describes every person who thinks like the modern brainwashed anti-SJW, anti-woke, anti-cancel culture person who in reality is just as much in favor of cancel culture against actual right-wing people and conservatives too, because it's not about actual principles, it's about the optics of it. It's about showing people the virtue signaling, in other words. Again, another term that most people have chosen to forget because it describes them, while also at the same time they want to pretend that they're not like that. That's not what they are, as they actually are. So here, I'll play this while doing this pause.
Out Kiwi Farms from Epic that stand to damage the reputation of Kiwi Farms. That won't take a long time.
Shit, again.
And I'm going to do it right up front because I know there's a bunch of people on Kiwi Farms who either don't care about this channel and my show at all because they focus on other shit on the farms, or they're on the farms and they don't really like me, which is perfectly fine. So I don't want to waste all y'all's.
That's another classic tell is he'll say, something's fine when he'll, in reality, go to null behind the scenes to be like, these people are lying about me. And when they're not lying about him.
Time, like you're welcome.
He's done that many times. That's not new to Kiwi Farms
cookies
either.
And stuff. Here
not
we go.
New to him.
This is from Null, the operator of Kiwifarms.net. And here we go. This is a featured post. Epic LLC sees Kiwifarms.net, but I was able to get transfer codes back on December 13th. On December 12th, 2023, I opened the Kiwi Farms via its primary domain at Kiwifarms.net and received an SSL handshake error. I am very familiar with the breaking the site and have seen this error many times and working on the front.
Rekieta basically reading us. This is not very interesting or relevant necessarily, but we'll just listen
and
through
so
this.
I know it means one of two things. The web server is misconfigured to use HTTPS, or web server is properly configured but not using an SSL certificate for Kiwifarms.net. Since I was not working on the forum, I immediately diagnosed this as a DNS issue and confirmed the AAA record had changed to just a TerraHost IP. TerraHost is a subsidiary of Kingdom Ventures, the owner of Epik. I again immediately assumed that Epik had parked Kiwifarms.net to a corporate landing page, which would explain both the DNS change and the SSL error. If you're a nerd, you understand this. To be clear, TerraHost was not involved in this and is functionally independent of Kingdom Ventures.
Basically, what he's explaining is that the site went down. Kiwi Farms went down. And he's like, Kiwi Farms went down not because of, some kind of outage or because I took it down or because some error. Basically, he's saying that the host or one of the hosting things sort of removed them.
Here's Epik, despite being a subsidiary. Epik had removed Kiwifarms.net from my domain portfolio. A representative in chat confirmed that the domain violated terms of service. I later found an email about it. Notice of domain suspension and prohibited content violation. Dear Joshua, we are writing to inform you about the suspension of your domain name, Kiwifarms.net, registered with Epik. The purpose of this communication is to notify you of the violation of your terms of service, specifically regarding the presence of prohibited content on your website. Ooh, very dangerous. Upon careful review with our legal...
There's that weird... When Rekieta is trying to pretend it's fake affability or forced affability, forced soul, as they might describe it on V, I guess. Or I don't think anyone even says forced soul on V because it was clearly such a stupid concept. But still,
legal team We have determined that your website's content violates our published terms of service, which strictly prohibit the hosting or promotion of content that falls within the category of prohibited content. This policy is in place to ensure compliance with legal and ethical standards as well as ICANN rules. So not only...
ICANN is ICANN. It's some kind of internet something, some kind of terms. I think it's like a federal term of the kind of stuff you can do on the. It's something to do with that. And again, I don't know that much about it, but Nick Rekieta doesn't explain it anyway. This whole video can be summed up by Nick Rekieta pretends to really know stuff about this when he doesn't. It's the entire business of YouTube is pretending to know. And people will convince themselves that you know if you just pretend hard enough. Fake it until you make it is the saying that describes it.
Hosting content, but promotion of content.
Nice.
We'll just keep going.
Yeah, keep
Compliance
going.
with our terms of service is essentially maintaining a
shut up
secure
and
online
continue.
environment for all our customers. That said, the domain has been suspended and removed from your account in violation of Epik.com's terms of service. Should you have any questions or require further clarification regarding this issue, please contact our abuse team at Redacted. Regards, abuse team Epik. That is kind of
Regards. The way he talks like that is, see, that's not even like smugness or I mean, it's more the forced affability, but that's like Rekieta thinks he's a comedian, and again, that's not new. That's like, you know, that's this really it's this cheese dick way of acting like you're having fun. Hey guys, we're just having fun over here. But you come off sounding really gay. Well, Rekieta doesn't sound gay. He is gay. It's an important distinction. It's an important distinction. See, I can even do it myself, but that's annoying to do, let alone hear, isn't it? That's what I think, Choyat.
The abuse team.
Whoa,
That can be taken a couple ways.
Doesn't it?
Probably to the face, really.
Oh shit.
Okay,
He's
their
working on his
abuse
Type
team
5.
has never clarified what part of their TOS we violated.
He's working on his next stand-up routine. That should absolutely. He's got to use that in his next stand-up show for sure.
Okay. To start with,
Yeah, get
I'm
us
going to
started.
sympathize with Josh and pretty much
let's
anyone
get
who's
it
ever
started in
received a
here.
TOS violation. They never tell you. They never tell you, and they don't have to.
Well, wait, Nick, what about the ones your friends sent when they false flagged my accounts for years and years too? Rekieta didn't have much sympathy about that. He wouldn't even admit that happened, even though the evidence was proving that.
If they tell you,
he wasn't
you can
honest about
argue. You
that.
say, no,
So much for freedom
these
of
are your terms of service.
free speech.
You're saying, I
Nick.
did this. This doesn't actually violate the terms. It makes it easier to sue.
Yeah.
So they just don't tell you. They just say, we've determined it. You can appeal it. They can say, we reject your appeal. And then what do? I mean, you could try and sue it, but you have to find out what term you allegedly violated. You could always sue under the theory of, I didn't violate a term of service. And then, they'll effectively just come up with something that you may have done that's close enough to a term.
There.
And you're going to get into an interpretive battle, and you're probably going to lose. Because at the end of the day, they can pretty much remove people for whatever reason they want. Terms of service just gives them a nice basis and guideline to do it. You don't actually have to have a terms of service violation to remove someone, because they typically have a clause in their terms that say they've reserved the right to remove whoever they want at any time. But they don't want to give you a term that you can have a court
New
define and
milestone.
say that
Yes.
you didn't do the thing that they said you did. So they typically don't. But it does suck. It really sucks when that happens.
Does it?
That's what happened with me and Streamlabs.
Whatever.
Yeah, Streamlabs banned me for violating their terms. And I'm like, what the hell did I do? And they're like, the thing. What the fuck is the thing? So here we go.
Yeah.
To explain it,
Again, when it benefits Rekieta, he has no problem with it. But all of a sudden, it gets used on him. He's like, "What do you mean? That's a violation of my free?" Yeah, that's just what you like. That's always what you've been like. And again, nothing new. People are noticing it now. People are pretending that it's only started now, but it's always been there.
the history of Epik is
He's
difficult.
always been like that.
Company is a shit show. Under the supervision of Rob Monster, they earned a strong reputation for pro-First Amendment. This ended with 8chan, when after January 6th, they decided to force 8chan to move their domains off the platform. Rob Monster was actually so traumatized by 8chan that he instituted a blanket ban on image boards across Epik.
Again, he's just reading, Null's post about this. Rob Monster, by the way, actually is the guy's name. I could be wrong about this. This is just a guess on my part, but I think he founded Monster.com. In fact, that was why it was called that, of course. I think. I just could be completely wrong. That's not too important, of course. I'm just trying to show off. Oh, that's right. I was going to look at my achievements. But here, let's listen to this
Epik,
a little longer.
Which I learned about through briefly hosting 9chan. This policy seems to still be in place.
That was the other thing. There's a lot of people. Null made 9chan to sort of get around how 8chan was getting hit with 8chan was getting hacked repeatedly. I remember because, we had the shitty webcomics board on 8chan. 8chan would get hacked, so it would go down. It would come back up and like a bunch of the data would get wiped out. And I tried to have, there was some new thing. There was, I forget what it's called already, but it was supposed to replace 8chan. And I sent a message being like, look, I ran the shitty webcomics board. If you could mirror our 8chan board onto the new site. And I don't think it ever got mirrored, but I don't think it's that important either necessarily. But yeah, 8chan, from what I know, it's down, and I don't think it even matters that much. It's pretty much a dead site. But yeah, it was getting hit, so I guess apparently Null made 9chan, and I think that's where also some people are like, oh, on 9chan they were able to post CP or something, which I don't think is true necessarily, but I don't know. I've never went there either, so basically after 8chan was gone, I was like, well, I don't really care about the chan. I mean, 4chan was kind of paused. The Jannies had been sweeping up since like 2009. So again, it wasn't really even a haven of free speech then. It was already pretty much dog shit. But that's a whole other story.
Because the Soyjack party's secondary domain with Epik was also seized the same day as Kiwifarms.net. The decision was extremely confusing to me. Oh, come on, Josh. Because Epik had enjoyed a hostile takeover from Brian Royce, a libertarian out of Las Vegas.
This is a pretty stupid take, of course, from Rekieta. It's typical Rekieta, though. It's like, come on, Josh. Were you thinking that, somebody says something and they're actually holding it to it? That goes to show Rekieta's mindset is like, people are constantly pretending to be something that they're not. It's normal. That again, it's the kayfabe of the internet, is that people make up fake fights against each other for drama and that kind of shit, and none of it's really real. None of it matters, or it's real on one side, and the other people like, so you're just pretending. You're just mad at me for super chats and shit. I think Eric July is kind of finding out this the hard way as well. But the thing is that it benefits Eric July, so it's not like a negative thing. The Eric July's fans are now going to be super fans who believe that they are under attack, and they're breaking the conditioning too, as you will. So it's good for all of them. The only people it's not good for are the actual indie creators, the ones who are indie creators, not the people who are talking or imagining that they're going to be the next big two or some shit like that. Anyways, here.
Who has a legally registered RPG7 in his office. I had received personal assurances from him that Kiwi Farms would be safe on Epik. After bringing this up to the abuse department, they informed me that Brian was gone.
Yeah, so the guy left. That's the thing. Guy made a promise to Null, and then the guy left or was kicked out or fired. And it's like, well, now they're not helping me out. And Rekieta, clueless adult Rekieta, is going to act like he's going to be very pleased with himself that Josh Moon got screwed over in this situation. Get ready for fake laughing, as usual. That's how it always is. There's always fake laughing.
Yeah,
See?
you gotta laugh, right?
Do you?
Not that this happened. You just gotta laugh at the image of Josh.
No.
Be like, but Brian told me we'd be safe on the platform. Like, it's kind of funny.
Because of
Sitting-
people like you.
A bunch of texts like, but Brian assured me. Brian, it's yeah.
But Rekieta, you assured me you were for free speech, and then you directly promoted people who were false flagging and deplatforming and slandering and making up fake death threats against their family for YouTube attention and to get other people banned. We watched you do this, Rekieta. We personally, if you've been following us, you watched Rekieta do that to us directly. You watched Rekieta join in as his friends were faking death threats against themselves and their families to get us banned, to get our accounts flagged. And you've seen the evidence, you've seen all the receipts already years and years ago. We've shown every time somebody's like, well, where's your evidence of that? And then I show the evidence and then they block me. That's why Yellow Flash has me blocked, Tug has me blocked, every one of Nick Rekieta's friends pretty much, who was at any point aware of me has had me blocked the entire time for years and years, because they know that if they don't have me blocked, I would be able to reply to them with the evidence of them lying. And that would show that they are dishonest people. And every time you do that, it doesn't matter. They'll always have fans who are like, well, you're lying or your evidence is fake or whatever. But every time, it doesn't matter. Every single time, one person sees it and goes, wait, maybe these free speech champions I've been following on YouTube aren't really free speech champions. Maybe they're full of shit, and suddenly they've lost a fan. And once they lose one fan, they're going to lose more. And that is what has been happening right now. All the stuff with Rekieta that's been happening right this second is a direct result of us proving that Rekieta is a disingenuous person. And the same for Comicsgate. Comicsgate has been losing thousands and thousands of followers to the point where they have to donate to their own campaigns now to try to cover up the massive loss in their subscriber base, their follower base. That's why the big manufacturer drama with Eric July has been nothing but a benefit, because there's been nothing else going on in Comicsgate. Certainly not making their comics. Ethan is not working on his comics while he's doing these streams about Eric July. So if you think that he's going to get Cyberfrog 3 isn't going to even start this year, but Cyberfrog 3 probably won't even come out next year. That was another thing, is that we'd been making fun of Ethan Van Sciver since like 2020. He ran a campaign for Cyberfrog 2, and we're like, it won't even be out next year. Sure enough, Ethan Van Sciver proved us right, as he always does. So really, if you want to know what's going to happen every single step of the way, you needed to have been subscribed to us. You can watch all our old videos and watch us call it every single step of the way, too. Remember how he got mad at Vic and started whining like a bitch on stream? Why you won't do what I want you to do? You know, I would really like to play that, too. In fact, I could, but I just have that on my hard drive. That should be on the... I have a goofy edit clip of that on my channel. If you want to actually go, I think if you look up Vic, or how's the Vic Mignogna case going on my channel right now, you can find the little goofy edit I did of making fun of that time. And again, that was like 2019. That's how far back we've been calling it. So, for anyone who's been there the whole time, who's been with us and seeing it in practice, good job listening to Shitty Webcomics. But anyways, hello, officer. There's a criminal in my area. There's a whale on my monitor. Oh wait, there's a criminal in my area who's been up to no good, but I don't want you to do anything about it. Just thought it was funny that someone was committing a crime. Please don't help. Lol. Yeah. Well, I mean, he doesn't even care. He doesn't care that it's a criminal. Who cares? I think I should just do the 3. Apples. Happy Apple Day. Okay, yeah, you know what? Wait, what is the achievement for? Let me go look. But also, won't just catch up with Choi yet. It is very early morning, and now it's 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning chat, but it's basically his whole conversation with Josh about Kiwi Farms not being managed correctly. Yeah, he ran behind the scenes. He's done that before too. That was not new when Rekieta did that with Kiwi Farms with Josh. That was not the first time he had run behind the scenes to call in a favor with other people to sort of hide, essentially. He did that with Ethan Van Sciver, and that was one of the things that I had just accidentally gotten him to melt down about. And I was mentioning earlier, I was thinking about watching that stream where Rekieta has that fucking giant meltdown at me specifically about the whole thing live on air, proving that Nick Rekieta is one of the whiniest, most effeminate people in the history of YouTube. Basically, Nick Rekieta is just like another shade of Vaush or something. He's just Vaush with a different style to him. That's essentially it. You could say with different political views, but are they really different political views? Are any of Nick Rekieta's political views actually real? Or are we just pretending that they're real? Because, 3.0. Are we pretending that they're real because we want to agree with them? Isn't that the whole thing about this whole YouTube situation, is that when you get down to it, it's just about what they pretend they believe because they know you want to see it. They want you to just follow the whole game. They want you to follow the scam. They want you to buy the product. In essence, the product actually is you. You are the product. You're buying yourself. You're buying your own opinions sold back to you. That is the nature. And they don't care if you know it. They don't care who knows it. They don't care who admits it. They don't care how obvious it is, because they know deep down somebody just wants to be told. That a popular YouTuber at least pretends to agree with them about something. Yeah, I don't like that. Everyone's a person except for the trad, definitely not trad, gay, cuck, Catholic, Protestant, hybrid, living his life for Rekieta. Yeah, that's enough. That shows like that it gave away the whole game. When Rekieta, see, that was the problem, is that not that Rekieta was like that, but that Rekieta admitted it. The fact is, Rekieta had never been trad, and so he made fun of all the fans who thought that he was. And in a way, the fans who got mad about him over that kind of deserved to be mocked by him and to be mocked in general for falling for the scam. But the thing is that Rekieta was really stupid to not, not lean into giving away the game. It's like, you're not supposed to go around. If you're not a trad guy, and he was pretending, by the way. I remember Doug Tnaple used to have him on some stream. They would do streams together called Trad Dads or some shit like that. And Rekieta would be on there and it's like, well, Rekieta's not trad. Rekieta has utterly cucked out. If you want to see, just like the non-practicing lawyer thing, the first people to call that Rekieta was a cuck was us. And I had done it basically to his face in DMs. It's the closest internet equivalent to doing something to somebody's face these days. But I made fun of him for being a cuckold back in 2019. And a lot of people were like, he's not a cuckold. He's actually a fucking badass. Well, how did that work out for you? Once again, all the people who actually believed that Rekieta was what you wanted. Not even what Rekieta pretended to be, but what you wanted to pretend Rekieta was. How many locked chests are there going to be? Holy shit. I've never seen so many chests. Amazing chests. Here, though, I'll play a little more of this because it's too long.
It's like the lady with the fucking headshot here, like this one, and then the thing at the back going like, but the manager said, the manager.
Oh shit! Oh no!
The image is funny to me.
He's a Karen Josh Karen Moon caught him. Got him.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but you can imagine, like, but no, I talked to Brian. No, I talked to Brian. They're like,
That's,
yeah.
which, by the way, is also something that Rekieta tried to pull with me. He was like, "Oh, you're being a Karen," and it's like, "Oh no, am I also an unwholesome non-chungus Sereno too?" I'm fucking. It's like being called a gamma. It's just like some dumb, like angry faggot on the internet calls you something because they think that you're going to be bothered by it. And it's like, all you have done, all Nick Rekieta did ever at any point was show that he's basically weak against me. And once I knew that, I knew instantly. I had gotten under his skin like hilariously easy without even trying. I wasn't attempting to get under Rekieta's skin, and he revealed that I did. And then I think he cemented that I did by claiming that I didn't get under his skin. If anyone ever is like, "Ah, that didn't even bother me," that's how you know something bothered them. It's the old joke of the "I'm not even mad," but you know, the crying, or like the smug Wojak face mask over the crying Wojak. That is what Nick Rekieta's entire personality has always been. Damn it! I'm trying to reflect. Come on. I'm playing on super hard mode. There's all the modifiers that just turn up, like the size of the dungeon, the damage of the enemies, the health of the enemies, the number of the enemies. Because then I can get more achievements. Or I think there's really only 2 achievements, but whatever. That's certainly more important than Nick Rekieta. But then again, so are my toenails. Should they be clipped? Not yet. It's getting there. It's getting there, guys. Chuyat. Should I clip my toenails early? Too early? Should I just clip my toenails until I'm, like, clipping the flesh? Perhaps. Chuyat. Oh, wait, I do have... Okay, here.
Got bad news for you, bucko. Anyway,
here's,
Epik's
again,
Corporation...
Like, smug... Rekieta is acting like he's already won this whole thing. It's like, oh, that's what you get for not being friends. But that's unironically what Rekieta is pulling here is that, oh, you're not going to be friends with me anymore? Well, I'm going to be laughing every time somebody screws you over. And I'll be bragging about how, hey, I could take your side. All you have to do, it's about bending the knee again. And it's all kayfabe. Rekieta thinks it's inevitable that Null will just come crawling back to Rekieta sooner or later, and that they'll be doing streams again. That's the whole game. That's how the game is played. That's how the game has always been played. Oh, sweet. Okay. Oh, even gave me health. Sweet. But yeah, so Rekieta is going to be, going to be playing up how totally happy he is. In a way, that is a tell for giving away how Rekieta is that much more mad about how Null won't bend the knee, essentially. But it's not just about bending the knee, of course. It's about Null admitting that that Rekieta was right. What Rekieta really wants is to admit that, yes, Kiwi Farms lied about Rekieta going to hedonism too. Even if they didn't lie, what he wants is for them to say that they lied. And he wants Null to do it. It wouldn't be good enough if the person who posted the stuff on Kiwi Farms said, yeah, sorry, I lied about it, or I was wrong, or I apologize. That wouldn't be good enough. It has to be Null to do it because Null runs the site. It's always been about status with these people. These under people, if you will. The perfect, one of the most perfect examples of the Untermensch is Nick Rekieta. But underneath even that, beneath the Untermensch that Nick Rekieta is and always has been, is the people, the especially brainwashed, dumb sucker rubes who think that Nick Rekieta was not an Untermensch, was the people who think that the soy boy was actually the Chad the whole time. Holy shit. This doesn't look friendly. That's nice I can bat those projectiles back. One thing that's kind of unfortunate about this game is that this is basically the last game I even have to play. There aren't any other. I've finished all the other VR games. I can't play Into the Radius again. I've farmed out Into the Radius so brutally. There's just nothing left in it. And to be honest, I miss it. Into the Radius is so fucking good. It's unironically, it's like one of the best games, just straight up. Regardless of it being a VR game. It's like if it wasn't a VR game. But the same way that Stalker was a great game. Stalker didn't have to be in VR, but that's what Into the Radius is. It's Stalker in VR. But it's got some great advantage. I'm thinking about that and just reminiscing. Because I don't really want to think about Nick Rekieta because he's not really interesting. He's never been interesting. He's always been beneath me. He's always been underneath me as a person. Both, oh, sweet. Both in personality and just as an entertainer even. I'm not even an entertainer, but Rekieta is just a boring person. I never found him that fascinating to talk to or listen to. And I've been on with him, more than once. Twice, in fact. But, yeah, that's the thing, is that most people are just easily impressed. Like somebody says they're a lawyer, and it's like, that's all it takes for people to be like, well, he's a lawyer, that's all right. He's an important person. That is, again, where 99% of his fandom came from, is that they figured Rekieta was an important person because he was an NPL, non-practicing lawyer. It doesn't matter that he had closed his practice to become a YouTuber, which that alone should tell you everything. Somebody closes their practice to become a YouTuber, that's gay. As Mike David would say, you're gay. Still zero keys. Damn it. What does this do again? Increased critical chance. Oh, that'd be cool, though. Here, though. Play.
And had been in chaos because they stole millions of dollars of domains from bulk buyers years ago under Rob's supervision, which is what caused Brian Royce to try and take the reins and save the ship. Epik, the domain registrar, was bought by a mysterious company recently registered called Epik LLC. Nobody seems to know who owns it by design. Epik LLC is different from Epik under Kingdom Ventures, and their new direction, it's a gay band, for the company seems to be stealing domains
you mean
again.
New Edition?
TerraHost is still owned by Kingdom Ventures. If this sounds like a shit show, it is. And there are hundreds of people in the industry who watch the Epic shit show, much like how we watch lolcows make videos about being married to Pokemon. This is interesting because, well, we'll just leave out the potential defamation of Epik. So in short, Epik is restructured and is no longer being managed competently, as it was only
also like Rekieta is always laughing in this, but what's he laughing at? He's trying to act like it's funny, and it's like, what's the funny part? Is that, oh yeah, that's right. Null basically blew you off. Null jilted you, and so anything against him. That is how Rekieta functions as a person. Is his, again, like I had been pointing out, and as we had proven years ago, Rekieta's opinion is up for the highest bid. It's very easy to buy him off. You need status, you need money, but once you have those things, you get that, and Rekieta will be on your side as long as you're just as long as you don't actually make him look stupid in a way where he'll get fucking pissed off, which is incredibly easy to do, of course, as we have proven hundreds and hundreds of times in the past. And again, if you follow us if you want to actually have seen it in action. At this point, it's kind of too late, because a lot of the stuff about it is now buried or deleted. They say the internet doesn't forget. Believe me, the internet can forget. There are a lot of things that have proven us right over the years that have just been erased by a lot of people looking to cover up, and then on top of that, people not being interested in archiving the truth. Kiwi Farms did do some of that themselves, so that's why I do have some appreciation for Kiwi Farms. I don't even like the site, but not for any of those oh, they're disgusting and they're racist or any of that dumb shit. I don't like the site because Kiwi Farms, as we have also proven, is still mostly in the dark about almost everything. Or they are many years behind us in pretty much everything. Nick Rekieta being a perfect, irrefutable example of that. But eventually, when they catch up, they start noticing all the stuff that we had already proven and shown ourselves. So, as the saying goes and continues to be proven, you can find out about it from us now or on Kiwi Farms in like 5 years. And in the case of Rekieta, it was pretty much 5 years later. Like down to the year, even. Did I lose an apple? Oh, that's disappointing. But yeah, that's why I don't like Kiwi Farms. But why I do like Kiwi Farms is because they, when they do notice something, when they finally notice some stuff, they do a pretty good job of actually, archiving it, doing the due diligence, doing some actual digging. So, and I do appreciate that. I know there are a bunch of people from Kiwi Farms or people who read Kiwi Farms who are, following us on our Discord, following our channel, that kind of stuff. Some who donate to our delightful subscribe star because they want to find out what Kiwi Farms still won't find out about for another several years. Best way to find out what Kiwi Farms is behind on is to be checking out our subscribe star. I certainly recommend it. That's a great idea. Holy shit, that's a great idea. Here again. Get to this.
Briefly, under Brian Royce, thanks to sufficient outrage, we were able to compel Epik to give us transfer codes, and now Kiwifarms.net is parked. Kiwifarms.net should continue to redirect to whatever domain we're on until I can get something going permanently. So these are the companies that kicked us off: DreamHost, Cloudflare, NameSilo, seized their domains, Epik, Key Systems, no thanks, Internet.bs, 2K.
Trying to read GmbH, which is sort of, I think, a German equivalent of an LLC, something like that. I only recognize it from Crysis and Crytek, classic games, and the Far Cry games, of course.
Cows and I love www. Ideological radicals. Where's the defamation shit? God damn it! Right now, they're at 1,000 votes for suing.
Nice show prep. It took me not even 10 minutes. No, it took me like 5 minutes to do more show prep for this stream than Rekieta is apparently capable of. But I mean, Rekieta doesn't really want to do work. He wants to sit there, have a bunch of people come in and essentially do the work for him of even the analysis and the speculation and that kind of stuff. And I think a lot of people are turning him down. Now, he'll say the opposite, which is basically the proof that it's happening. The proof that people are turning him down is that he'll say people aren't turning him down. If Rekieta says one thing, I say bet the other way, just like that. What am I doing? You know what? Here, just play this again. I got to get this.
And chipping in, there's 650 votes for being broke. No, don't sue. No, but I'll chip in regardless. So most of the forum wants them to sue. Go to the front page, click the top story. Okay, thanks.
That's a whole other question, a whole other issue is should Kiwi Farms actually sue Epik for some of the stuff? He still hasn't covered what Epik has said, which didn't seem major necessarily, but at the same time was, I think it's almost worthwhile. And there's another clip which I don't have queued up of Null pointing out that if you just let people slander you all the time and you don't do anything about it, it sets a precedent, if you will, to use a legal term. Hey, what do you think of my legal term, my legalese? it sets a precedent that everyone can just fuck with you anytime, and you'll never do anything about it or never be able to do anything about it. So even a lawsuit, even if it doesn't win, shows that they can fight back. So in a way, I'm not necessarily against the lawsuit. I don't know if I'm for it. I wouldn't donate just because it's like I sort of my days of donating to people. Oh, that's okay as long as I don't get hit again. But where's that apple? Happy Apple Day. But I kind of in at least in spirit, in spirit, holiday spirit, as Andrew Dice Clay would say. I do support the idea of Kiwi Farms suing these people because it's pretty much the only people they can sue, because it's an actual business, and they're claiming that Kiwi Farms had posted or hosted child pornography. Oh boy, if I fall off that. Okay, you know what? I'm going to let's check the chat. Nick can't say they're lying when he told us he went there on the stream. I was in that stream that night. We're all surprised and shocked. Yeah. Anyways, here I'll just play some more of this while trying to survive this climb.
Navigating this site. Okay, here's the actionable defamation. Here we go. There's
so many things. When I was first listening to this yesterday, there were so many things, and one of them was Nick being like, "Oh, I have such a hard time navigating this site, Kiwi Farms," and it's like, really, you don't know how to navigate a completely ordinary message board? That's I think Rekieta trying to do his version of a virtue signal of being like, guys, I'm so unfamiliar with Kiwi Farms. Yeah, very fake, very performative, but also, as usual, very Rekieta. Rekieta's always been that disingenuous. Again, that is not new. It's never been new. It's never going to be new.
So this is again from Null. This is yesterday at 5:43 p.m. Yesterday being actually yesterday. Epik LLC has made 2 claims on X. 1, they were forced to put a client hold on kiwifarms.net by law enforcement, which we evaded by moving the domain out of the country. And 2, that the Kiwi Farms, quote, hosts child porn. These are both false, and these are both instances of actionable per se defamation. Ooh.
Here, hold on. That right there triggered Rekieta because he's currently in a lawsuit where Rekieta has committed per se defamation against Monograph, where he said that Monograph was a pedophile. And also said, go ahead and sue me. Thing is that it was defamation, basically. Rekieta's only defense against that was that Monograph didn't have a reputation to damage, which is an excuse. That there's no other way around it. However you put it, that's just making an excuse for wanting to commit defamation against a person who basically he had no involvement with. He wanted to join in on dogpiling on a lol cow on the internet because Rekieta wanted to be an internet badass. He wanted to be like a Medicare type. So yeah, when it comes to per se defamation, just hearing that is triggering Rekieta to pretend to be like, the fake amusement, the fake affability.
Ooh. Why don't we have screenshots of these
fake mannerisms, the fake put-on mannerisms?
Because
so many people
Josh
can't
isn't
tell
quoting the whole thing
put-on
here,
mannerisms
so I'm guessing he's
of
got
YouTubers.
Now, I'm not denying that what they say here is being, or that what Josh says they say is what's being said.
There's a lot that could be gone into about the fake put-on mannerisms. A lot of YouTubers don't even talk with a real voice. A lot of that goes back to radio. There's a reason why Mancow and Alex Jones sound almost identical, is because they both went to broadcasting school or whatever it is. and they both, took the same lessons. It's like, affect this same vocal intonation, put on the gruff voice, and that kind of thing. A lot of YouTubers do that because it gets the normie pig cattle, or NPC for short. It gets their attention. It gets them thinking like, oh, this guy, he's fucking, he's tough. It disguises the inner effeminate nature of pretty much every YouTuber. Every YouTuber that has an effective voice like this, or effective voice, a pushed voice is what we used to call it back in the day, in the classic old days. Any one of them that does anything like that, it's very easy to spot if you're capable of noticing, just the most bare bones noticing. The fact is 99.999999999% of the human race is not capable of even the most rudimentary forms of noticing of anything ever. But I am, so again, if you want to listen to the experts, nobody is in that's why we've been getting it right, and being proven right every step of the way. Every time somebody says we're wrong about something, we get proven right about it in time, at least eventually, sooner or later. We say something sooner or later. Anyone who is like, no, that's not true, it gets proven true. And whenever we have evidence of it, they block us, or they just say that the evidence doesn't count. Moving the goalposts, if you will. That term came from, ironically, from other people using it. I'm still one hit away from death. It's very annoying. Here, you know what? Let's just listen to more.
But I really want to see the specific posts. I really want to see the specific posts that Epik LLC made.
That's
maybe I could.
Unrelated, but in a way you can tell we're right about something because somebody gets mad. It's the Laley formula, something we've noticed for decades, is to the point where we've coined a term about it. See that hot ass bitch dancing or bouncing, not dancing, that bouncing in the lower left corner there? That's Laley. The Laley formula is, if you autistically spurg about something being good, then it's bad. If you autistically spurg about something being bad, it's good. That Pal World thing, actually, perfect example. More proof of the Laley formula in action, which is quite nice. It's delightful. Shit. Oh shit. How the? All right, no, I'm gonna die. Thank God. Oh, might as well. But yeah, we've been seeing that in action for for decades, literally for decades. Is that when people get mad, when you say something that's true, really, if you say something at all and people really get mad, they get fuming mad over it, that's the indicator. It's not the proof, but it's the indicator that's true. It should be the proof if you're in tune with the psychic zeitgeist, the way that we are, of course, and always have been. Here. Ah, delicious. Delicious. Holy shit, that's expensive. That could be extremely useful. I will. Shit, actually, I can afford something else. I don't know about that, though. But you know what? I do know about this. Gimme. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. What? It disguised the flaming homosexuality of the Alex Jones types. Here's the thing. I will say I think Alex Jones is an exception to that, but Alex Jones is still putting on a voice. If you listen to his really old videos from the 90s, you can hear you can hear what his voice sounds like, and it is similar, but you can hear he's putting on more of a voice. And it's not just a voice, but a mannerism. With we're setting fires, and that kind of stuff. That's in a way like a Southern revivalist kind of mannerism. A lot of preachers would do that, because again, it gets people's attention. In a way, it draws the ear. it's, you know, it's stuff that they have been studying for many, many years, perhaps for decades even. There's finally another key. Another key. Shit. Okay, that's good. If I can just keep surviving, this will be a good run. I have not beaten any hard difficulty. I've tried it a few times. But then I was like, you know what? I should go unlock more things. Get more achievements, unlock more things. So, yeah, back to this, though. Speaking of, Rekieta doesn't really he doesn't do the radio voice. But you will notice, of course, as we've been pointing out, the fake affability. That's sort of his version of it. And notice it comes and goes, because most of the time he just has that whiny voice that he's always had. So, you know, since the very beginning, he has this really whiny, faggy voice. You know, going back many years to the beginning of his YouTube channel, and it really comes out. It comes out more when he's essentially pressed. Well, when he's pressed, when he's pressured, when he's under any scrutiny, basically when he's being noticed, his voice gets whinier.
You can find him. It's on their Twitter. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is this the one? I'm blocked from Epik LLC? Wait, what?
This is another ironic thing.
How is that real?
Yeah, hey Nick.
Fuck is that?
I'm blocked by most of your friends, and I've never had a single interaction with them. Your friends use block lists. How is that real?
This. Oh, that's Josh's account?
That's another forced laugh there. The fake laugh, as usual.
Look,
the Rekieta laugh.
That can't be right, right? Like, why would they block me? This has got to be like a prank account.
See, his Rekieta's like, it can't be real,
Probably
right?
ran a block list on anyone following Josh. I'm not following Josh. Blocked me. I can't follow anybody.
I don't know why Josh would block him, by the way, but whatever.
So here we go.
Josh
Do not
Moon.
use Epik LLC for domain registration. They had to put a client hold without warning on 8chan and the Kiwi Farms. When confronted on this, they lied and said they received a court order to do.
Unironically funny. That is funny, but at Rekieta's expense. How baffled he is that other people, just someone else has him blocked. And it's like, yeah, you know, that's what you're like, Rekieta. You're confused as to your own behavior or the behavior of people that you are constantly promoting and making excuses for. You're like, how can that be? And it's like, well, you see people do it all the time. You make when people you know do it, you have them on your channel to promote them. And then, you know, when they lie, you help promote their lying, their timid lying morality. It's not really timid lying morality. That's not an accurate description, I don't think. It's more like gay lying. It's not even moral. It's immorality.
So when confronted on that lie, they responded with this. So here we go. Epik offers 99 blah, 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 and renewals for any accounts with at least 50 domains. No coupons needed. Why'd you steal Kiwi Farms from Josh? We didn't take that domain from the owner. We were forced to help the owner switch.
And there's a screenshot of this that I'll show later.
To another registrar by the U.S. authorities. I believe it is registered in Canada now. This is a lie. Sure. Send me documentation from U.S. law enforcement or retract this defamatory statement. I think you caught us. It was woke liberal employees here canceling you because they didn't like the hate speech on your site.
And Rekieta's not even good. Rekieta's not even good at like reading through tweets, because one of the things that you should do, I don't think like as a show, something you should do as a common courtesy to anyone is read the context, like who's saying what. If you're reading tweets, act like the people listening aren't watching. Act like the people listening are listening to a video or playing a video game while listening. Because then you're, if you read off, you know, who's saying what, you're providing them the context, and it's easier for them to keep up with what you're actually looking at or reading off. But Rekieta is not that good at it because he's really not that smart at it. He's just he's a dumb lawyer who wasn't even good at being a lawyer. He took really long to pass the bar, longer than Saul Goodman ever did, or Slippin' Jimmy. To even compare Rekieta to Slippin' Jimmy is a huge detriment to Slippin' Jimmy. Just Jimmy McGill deserves more credit as a lawyer. First of all, far more competent as a lawyer, of course. Way sharper, way smarter. And he's a fictional character. It reminds me of that Master Ninja I episode where Lee Van Cleef is talking to Timothy Van Patten, director of many HBO shows, many episodes of Game of Thrones, the earlier Game of Thrones episodes, including the first one, and many episodes of like Boardwalk Empire and a few other shows on HBO. Delightful. But Timothy Van Patten was on in Master Ninja I, back in the 80s with Lee Van Cleef. And Lee Van Cleef explains to him, Rocky had to go a couple rounds in the ring with Clubber Lang before he could beat him. And Tom Servo said, "These are fictional characters you're talking about." And it's like, oh man. And I remembered that for years and years, and it is so true. Sounds good, but you know what? I might really need that. Here. I've lost track of what I'm talking about. That means it's time to play the video again.
Now, here's the thing. This is going to be a real fucking hard statement to prove as defamatory. So this is Josh's initial one, right? Let's just look at it.
Here, this not to give away the whole game, but Rekieta is basing his entire opinion about any of this, and it could be hard to prove it's defamatory. But the only reason why Rekieta is saying it is because he doesn't like Josh Moon. That's it. That's his entire criteria, and he's done that before too. I know this from personal experience that Nick Rekieta bases his opinion, his legal professional opinion, just on who he likes or doesn't like. And we have proven that thousands of times, perhaps trillions, perhaps even more billions of times. So I'm not guessing this. I'm not speculating it. We've proven that is what Nick Rekieta does. He does that very, very often, is that he will base his opinion on something about whether or not he likes the person. And then he'll have a few very safe examples of when he's like, no, I didn't like this person, and I said that they could win a lawsuit or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that's the exception to the rule. You use those as an excuse to cover up all the times that you do the exact opposite. That we have caught you doing the exact opposite many times. And there are people who you can spot the dumb, the Untermensch. To just put a fine point on it, you can spot the Untermensch by the people who sincerely believe that Rekieta has integrity. He doesn't. Rekieta does not have integrity, and you are not capable of noticing anything. You are a completely brainwashed prole, sucker, dupe, moron if you actually believe that Rekieta still has integrity about anything. That means you got suckered. You got fooled. You are very easy to fool. It is your nature to be fooled. It's the scorpion stinging the other scorpion. It's just in their nature. The two scorpions riding each other over the stream and stinging each other over and over again and saying, lol, now you will drown. And the other one says, lamau, no, you will. If there's one enemy, it takes care of my problem. Back to this, because again, this can take a long time to get through.
How it goes. So,
especially with
why
me
did you steal
interrupting.
Kiwifarms.net from Josh? We didn't take that domain from the owner. We were forced to help the owner switch to another registrar by the U.S. authorities. I believe it is registered in Canada now. What's defamatory about that? Someone tell me
Yeah, here's the thing.
what
That doesn't sound defamatory. There was some other statement. So Rekieta should just skip this and say, that's not very defamatory, but he's going to try and rub it in because he thinks he has like an easy win to really rub it in the face of Null.
is actually
Josh
defamatory
Null Moon.
about that statement.
Cocaine sniff there. He's on
Does it
cocaine.
accuse Kiwi Farms of some illegal activity? Actually, no, it doesn't. It just says they were forced to help the owner switch to
Okay,
another
move on.
registrar by the U.S. authorities.
Move on, Nick. Next.
Why?
Move on.
We don't
Move on,
know.
Nick.
You
Get to the
can
next
kind
point.
of get to an inference that there might be illegal activity,
You get to an inference. Get to the point.
but what
Come
is
on,
it?
Nick.
And who's being defamed?
I would skip this if I could.
This one, that LEO were involved.
Rekieta's very
actually
boring here.
Doesn't say LEO, it just says U.S. authorities.
Rekieta is very boring and stupid here. This is overall the point. Rekieta doesn't know what he's talking about. He's trying to. The entire purpose of this is like to try to dunk on Null. That's the only reason why he was even talking about this entire topic at all.
You can,
Period.
I guess, say that it's law enforcement. You're getting really specific here. Now, I know everybody wants to think the defamation is like this easy thing. Like, well, of course it's bad.
Is it? Did you?
What's the falsity? Who's it about? Who is it about? Is it about Josh? Is it about Kiwi Farms? Is Kiwi Farms an entity? Is actually a really good question, isn't it?
No, it doesn't. If
Okay,
hold on.
guys,
If it was a good question, you wouldn't have asked it, Nick. That's the
the
nature of you.
CP comment is comment 2. We'll get there.
Yeah, notice.
Calm your tits.
Here's
I know.
like his own viewers are like, okay, Nick, you're being disingenuous. Stop being disingenuous, Nick. And Nick had to fucking damage. That's Nick. Notice he got a little whiny and faggoty there, like the bitch that he is, the bitch that we have revealed him to be. Nick Rekieta is under our heel, essentially. We have brought Rekieta to heel. He has been forced to kneel before us, unwillingly, and he knows it. That's why one of the many reasons why he especially hates us is because he knows that we won. Essentially, it is very sad, but at his expense. Which I don't have a problem with that. He definitely has a problem with that.
It's your favorite website or whatever. We'll get to it. Right now we're on comment 1. This is comment 1. And Josh specifically
Yeah,
says
move on.
retract this defamatory statement.
Move on.
But
to
who's
queer.
it defaming?
Oh.
I seem to recall a legal defense that Josh raised in the Russell.
Nick, you really need to get better at being a YouTuber or something. Your shows suck. Nick Rekieta is boring. That's not my opinion. Nick Rekieta is objectively, ontologically boring, you could even say. If you want to put on a good show, learn from me. I know how to do it better than you. And again, people saying that he has a bigger show just proves my point. He appeals to the dumb cattle masses. Of course, that just proves that his show sucks. Of course he sucks. He appeals to the people who like his show. If he had a good show, those people wouldn't watch him. And that's been proven
Greer
already, too.
case. Help me out here. Does anybody remember one of the
Yeah.
defenses Josh
Oh.
used?
I think you need some help. Guys, Rekieta needs some help. He needs your help. Send your mom's credit card, the 3 digits in your bank.
In the Russell Greer case, Kiwifarms.net is not an entity,
Who cares? Shut up. Queer. You're gay.
right? Do you guys remember that?
Become heterosexual,
Kiwifarms.net
Nick.
isn't an entity. That was actually he was trying to get it dismissed or get Kiwi Farms dismissed out of that case. It's not an entity.
Fascinating.
It used to be owned by like LolCow LLC or something like that.
Who cares?
There was some shell company, but it's not there anymore or hadn't been updated. So what is
Nice.
Who's being defamed? Is Josh being defamed? We didn't
I
take
don't
that domain from the owner. We were forced to help the owner switch to another registrar by the U.S. authorities. And what's a defamatory statement? Now,
The next one is the
can you
defamatory
I mean, you can
statement.
try. That's
Duh.
going to be a hard statement
Big
to get
duh.
anything on. That's all I'm saying here. Tough one. Very tough.
Here, hold on. The next statement is the claim that Kiwi Farms hosted CP. That's the defamatory part, and that one, you could theoretically sue over that. That's where the real question is. That's where Nick should have already moved on. Nick is so bad at doing streams that he should have already moved on to that, but he's so resentful. It's not even hatred. He wants Null to be his friend again. Nick Rekieta is basically the tank to Null's us. He wants to love Null. He wants to be in homosexual romantic love with Null. And it's not working out. And Null's not going for the whole kayfabe approach of like, hey, we'll do a public apology. We'll do a redemption arc, that kind of thing. Just turn to the left the entire time. Whatever. That is what Nick thinks could happen or will happen. And I don't think, Null doesn't, I don't know Null that much, but Null does not strike me as the kind of guy who actually wants to play the YouTube game. Although at the same time, let's not forget, Null is the guy who said that Rekieta needs to pull up after it had been long past obvious that Nick Rekieta it's not a matter of pulling up, it's a matter of noticing what Nick Rekieta has been like the whole time, and that Null didn't want to see it because he ultimately does want to be the dick suck of a popular YouTuber. Anyways. Here, we'll play some more of this. In fact, I might get up for a minute while this plays because I basically said everything that can be said or needs to be said. Whoa. About Rekieta. All that's it's all over but the non-practicing lawyers whining at this point. So here, let's show you more people are waking up because now it's about 9 in the morning. It's been going for 2 hours. Holy shit. I don't want this to be that long, but it probably will be. That's why I don't like, I don't like streaming. But it's clearly necessary because it's what nobody else will do. Even Null has admitted he won't do this. And other people who might do this would just have clapping morons on who ruin the show. So, but here, let's see. Nick can't say without lying. Nick Rekieta's an idiot. Holy shit. But it is true. Jimmy McGill, the world's second best lawyer, you mean? After Kim Wexler. I actually rewatched a bunch of that show recently, because I guess I got my mom into it. I was surprised. Mom ended up liking it. She didn't like Breaking Bad, but she actually was really liking, she liked Better Call Saul. She got a little bit filtered by the ending, but still, it's just a great show. Whoa, hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, wait. I'm shadow banned from chat on a lot of Nick's live streams, so much for not banning it. Yeah, that's a thing. That's in a way, that's why people have wrenches. What is a wrench if it's not being used? What power do you really have in the chat if you're not banning people that you don't like, regardless of Rekieta? Rekieta used to have, again, people told me this, so I don't know from going into Rekieta's streams or anything, because again, his streams were never really interesting. His streams were never interesting, period, but I do have higher standards than pretty much everyone else. I am pretty much what Nietzsche would call the overman. Because, in a way, if there has to be an underman, if there has to be a lesser person, there has to be somebody over them. So, I'm not saying to brag. This is not ego or vanity. Anyways, yeah, the Null stopped nose guarding after Rekieta. Yeah, that was the thing, is that eventually it happened. Like, Null was basically forced to stop nose guarding. Cuck guarding is what we called it before anyone else called it nose guarding. Personally, I prefer cuck guarding. What am I? Oh yeah, that's why. but yeah, I think that kind of speaks to Null's character, is that he only did that after, it affected him personally. And I understand that, but if it's somebody you like who has not actually done anything embarrassing, and you're not going to go after them, I understand that, of course, if you're generally friends with somebody. But if they have been a lolcow in such a way where they're just shitting themselves like that, over and over again in front of the entire world, and you're saying that you're refusing to cover it because it's not funny, that really speaks to really your capacity for dishonesty. Oh, sweet. So that's why I don't really have much respect for Null. I think he's right about some stuff and that kind of thing, but in general, I just don't like him not because he nose guarded or even also was a gunt guard at the same time, but just because he clearly is choosing to be starstruck by dishonest e-celebs. The same way nobody deserves respect for doing that. Not even just, if it's like, okay, I don't know that they're a dishonest e-celeb. Okay, I get that. But when you're looking at the evidence that they are and saying, well, it's not funny, so therefore I'm not going to talk about it at all. I'm going to try my best to obfuscate and do damage control for it and that kind of shit. That, I think, is pathetic. So basically that sums up what I really think of Null. But when it comes to this lawsuit stuff, I think it's kind of justified for Kiwi Farms to sue, especially when you look at the Twitter account of that Epik LLC. It looks like they're just fucking losing their mind. It looks like they had essentially trooned out and lost their fucking minds. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with them? I think any company that publicly complains about hate speech and being against hate speech essentially deserves whatever they get, whatever comes to them. I think, especially in le current year, plus fucking 23 or fucking 13, or I don't remember. Le current year, I believe, was 2010. So, in fact, that's when, that is when, House had that one episode where, not that they pretended to be gay, but there's House and Wilson move into, this is much more interesting than anything Nick Rekieta could ever say in a million years. But, House, and Wilson move into a new apartment together, and, I think it was season 6. It was after it was after House went into rehab or some shit. So they kind of had to live together to sort of keep an eye on House. Oh shit. Also nice. So, what the fuck? Whoa. Here, can I just push this guy out? Get out of here. There we go. Oh yeah, and then there was some chick who lived in a neighboring apartment who assumed that they were gay because, it's two guys with no girlfriends living together. And she says, it's 2010. Nobody cares if you're gay anymore. And because she was just assuming that Wilson was denying it because he was so deeply closeted, like Norm Macdonald or Ethan Van Sciver. Yeah, I mean, Norm Macdonald, of course, was clearly straight, saying that he was deeply closeted homosexual as a joke. Ethan Van Sciver actually is a homosexual. A filthy faggot, as quoting quoting Ethan Van Sciver. It's how Ethan Van Sciver chose to put it. And again, we've done videos going into that, about the actual receipts. I'm not saying any of that as a joke. There's actual receipts about that we've done a bunch of videos about. Very delightful videos that those aren't even on our subscribe stuff. Those are just videos that were on our old channel that I think are gone now, or I don't know. I don't even remember. But there was that whole series of Cape Cuck recap, or it was the shitty webcomics Cape Cuck cupcake recap, and we did that for like a couple of months, and that was some truly legendary shit. And you know it was good because it was getting people. That's where people started faking death threats against themselves because they were so fucking triggered over us making fun of them in that series of videos. So and those videos are still on our BitChute, but all of them are on our BitChute, but a lot of them just don't even load anymore because BitChute will just eat fucking videos. I've talked about that a bunch of times too, so that's very unfortunate. But you know what I should go back to talking about? House MD Classic. Such a great show. I used to watch that while eating, and then like every few episodes, it's like, oh, this was a mistake to eat while watching this show. But the best parts of House, of course, are not even the medical mystery shit. It's just watching House just make fun of colleagues and co-workers and friends. The one where there was the guy, the patient who was see, I am going to just talk about House. Fuck Rekieta. Who gives a shit about Nick Rekieta? Gay people. But the one where the patient was too nice, and House was like, it's a disease where he's too nice, and people like, okay, House, we get it, you're an asshole, but being too nice isn't a disease. And like he was married. The guy was married and had a wife, and the wife was like, "No, he's always been like this. He's just like this. It's just him." And then they eventually do, like, he has a stroke eventually. Like, okay, something's wrong with it. Something is wrong with him. House was right. And then, like, as some kind of troll to make his point, House convinces his team that he has syphilis. Like, he gives like a fake blood sample that's like contaminated with syphilis to convince his team that he has syphilis, so that they will be like, you need to take medication. It's immoral not to fucking it is immoral not to, it's the ethical thing. We have to tell him, and we have to give here's penicillin. And House is like, I don't have syphilis. That's not even close to how he sounds, I know, but still. House was like, I don't have syphilis, and they're like, look, we get it. You don't want to admit it. And then like, we filled a prescription. We did the test, we retested it, all that stuff, and then they give him the prescription. And then House just sort of sits there kind of shell-shocked, like, I can't believe it. Like, he's just silent. And they walk away. And then, like, the next meeting, House is like, hey, he's like more pleasant and stuff. And they're like, because they thought the patient had syphilis, and it was a neurosyphilis specifically, where it was affecting his mind, his brain. And they're like, they become convinced that that's what House has because of that. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, House is suddenly becoming nicer to the team, and then House is like, I have to tell somebody or I'm gonna explode. So he tells Wilson, and he's like, my team thinks I have syphilis. And he's like, oh, do you? And he's like, no, but they think I do. And now, now they think I'm on treatment, and as I get better, I get nicer. And even Wilson starts laughing at that. Usually Wilson would be like, that's disgusting, House, but Wilson is like, that's pretty good. I think Wilson actually says, that's brilliant. So he really appreciates that. Yeah, whatever. But, yeah, it's such a great episode. And turns out it was, I've seen them so many times. I memorized, I think it was Chagas, which is some kind of, not a parasite, but it was causing brain swelling, which was affecting the patient, his personality. And the episode actually ends with him being like, "Oh, this ketchup," and like he's eating some of the food. And he's like, "No, that ketchup's fucked up." And his wife tries it, and it's like, "It seems fine." And he's like, "Well, I guess I don't like ketchup. I wonder what else I won't like." And the episode just kind of ends with that. And it's like, oh, so they may have just ruined these people's marriage, basically. But again, it's the ethical thing. You gotta treat them. They don't have a choice. There's also where the argument where Chase starts accusing Cameron, the cute chick doctor, of having slept with House. He's like, "Did you sleep with House?" Because they were married at that point, in real life, even, I think. Chase and Cameron. Chase was the Australian guy, and he's like, "Oh, did you sleep with House?" And she's like, "It's not anyone's business. Like, the STD makes it my business." And he's like, "You did, didn't you?" And just like, so there's some animosity, but she's sort of defending House. Is like, they're like, we just put Hitler on Ritalin, and she's like, "He's not like Hitler." And Chase is like, "Oh, of course you would say that." And he's like, "I don't sleep with everyone who's better than Hitler." It's like, what did you sleep with? Just fucking again. The "I don't sleep with everyone who's better than Hitler," though, is just such a great line. Certainly better and way more entertaining than anything we're going to hear from Nick Rekieta in the remaining 500 hours of this just horrible stream. Speaking of, I was accusing Rekieta of doing shitty streams. Just listen to this shit. No. Thank goodness. Okay. Anyways, how many keys? I still have 10 keys. Holy shit. I mean, that's good. Better to have too many than not enough. Like using DaxiPad. Oh yeah, that I know a lot of people hate Dick, and and you know what? I certainly can't blame them at all anyway, because like the fact that Dick is like taking Ethan Van Sciver's side is really embarrassing, especially because Dick was like, a fan of Doug TenNapel, and I know that Dick is aware of the stuff that happened between like Ethan basically just slandering Doug constantly. And again, that's another case of people just being suckered. Dick Masterson himself being suckered in by nothing but status. A talentless gay man, just being like, "Oh, I have a long history of making comic books," and he can't get his books out, and his books here's the other thing that everyone else seems to be ignoring, is that Cyberfrog sucks. It's not a good comic. It has pretty art. It looks appealing, but I mean, it's not impressive because he's taking fucking years to finish a very medium sized comic book, and ultimately a mid book with just a dog shit story. The story sucks, the writing sucks. That's not even an opinion. That's not up for debate. You're completely delusional if you have somehow fooled yourself into thinking Ethan Van Sciver's comics are good, especially just based on the art. You can tell a really stupid person by thinking that a comic is good because it looks good or has good art. Doug TenNapel has agreed with me like a couple days ago when I said that. Specifically, he didn't just like the tweet where I said that. He also retweeted it and said he agreed. Because, I mean, Doug TenNapel and I and my brother and, other people in our general the SWC sphere or whatever it is, actually have some real standards, and Doug TenNapel definitely understands that, and has similar views or thinks the same way that I do. I thought I had the little key windy thing that makes the world go into slow motion when I get hit, when I don't want to get hit at all. It defeats its own purpose. It's like an overcooked steak. Defeats its own purpose. Anyways, I want to get something to drink, but the guy running the account was a manager of VTube company, allegedly. I think that was somebody else, though, maybe. You know what? A good video to watch on Alyssa Clip's channel, which is where I'm listening to this, is the one of Null actually discussing the lawsuit. He certainly has more insight into it than I do, of course, because it's his business, but more insight than Rekieta has, of course, because Rekieta is a complete moron and not even a non-practicing lawyer, but even if he was a practicing lawyer, he would be like the world's shittiest lawyer. I believe Dime Store Lionel Hutz was a good comparison. Was that Godwinson? Godwinson, who now is like, now he likes Rekieta, to the extent that Godwinson legitimately and sincerely likes anyone. That, speaking of kayfabe, here's the thing though, at least, like, people, nobody really pretends that anything, or nobody should pretend that anything Godwinson says is legitimate or honest. Godwinson just said he's about the Kino Dogma 90, or not 95. The Dogma 95 is the actual original term, but Kino Dogma 2007, where it's just about the show of it. He's basically announcing that it's all kayfabe, it's all a show. It's like essentially fake. And the funny thing is that, like, as long as you accept that, it shouldn't matter. Now, I know some people who hate Godwinson, and they're, like, justified. I'll never say anyone's not justified in hating someone. Shit. I'm okay, I guess. If you hate Godwinson, like, even some people who hate Doug TenNapel, I understand. Not for, like, any of the people who believed the bullshit in Comicsgate about Doug TenNapel, because all of that's fake. If you believe that, you're a complete moron. But that's also, shit. I'm doing it. There, okay. That was kind of worth it. That's okay. It's okay. What was I talking about anyways? Called Juju DaxiPad now. The only problem with DaxiPad is that didn't that come from Maddox, who, if you don't like Dick Masterson, Maddox is not any better. It's sort of like with Eric, people who don't like Eric July, who then are taking Ethan Van Sciver's side. Ethan Van Sciver, anything you don't like Eric July about, Ethan Van Sciver has done twice. So your beliefs basically aren't real if you dislike Eric July but like Ethan Van Sciver. There is essentially no difference between them, even in the ways that you think that there would be. Like, if you think, Eric July is dishonest, or his comics suck, or he's thin-skinned, Ethan Van Sciver is 10 times as dishonest and thin-skinned, and his comics suck too. The only difference is that the art is better. It's like, does somebody's comic book having better art make them a good person? No. And that is the criteria. That should be the only criteria you have for making any value call. If that's not your value call, if that's not your criteria, then again, you don't have any real. You don't think anything real. Everything you think is fake, and your opinion is just up for the highest bidder. That's it. Just, again, like with Rick Rekieta, which also does explain why, all these people are friends with Nick Rekieta, and Nick Rekieta is friends with them. He's friends with Dick. In fact, if anything, that's I don't know what's a bigger condemnation of Dick Masterson, is that he's friends with Ethan Van Sciver, or that he's friends with Nick Rekieta. We need to bring back judging people based on who they're friends with. We need to bring back guilt by association. I certainly, out of all the people on the planet, I certainly have no problem with that. And I never would, of course. And the funny thing is, other people who have tried to be like, no, it's wrong to do that, they've done it. Every single person who has done that. I've seen people detract detractors. They would detract from like Doug TenNapel or even Tim and Mark because they're friends with me. And it's like, gee, that's so much for, not judging based on guilt by association or whatever the fuck. Do I really need this? No, I do not. Donut. Yeah, let's see. We're not getting through the thing. And the guy running the account was a mature VTuber. Allegedly. He tried to groom the talents into sleeping with him, allegedly. Yeah, I did. I don't know if that was him or if that was somebody else, though. I mean, I think that could be him. The guy who runs it is a furry, but I think there was. Yeah, again, I kind of got lost with that. Like, if I don't have it in front of me, and I forget if one of the things I have open gets into that, maybe we will. Or maybe it's just a whole, I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. Just don't know. So yeah, Daxi Pad though. That is funny. And I think it is pretty sad of Dick that he just blocks people who make fun of him now. Because here's the thing is that, like, I understand people blocking and stuff, but I never block anyone because if I block people, they can't see me making fun of them and they can't get mad at the things I say. So blocking people defeats its own purpose. I'll mute people. I will mute people just because it's like, it's easier to keep up. When I, am checking my notification section of Twitter, I'm just looking for the actual cool, smart people who I follow who may have replied to me. I have some pals, some delightful pals on Twitter who are funny and say some funny stuff in reply to me on occasion. So, if I check my notifications, I can check for that. But but then, there's the really brain dead people. It's like, it's a waste of my time to even look at them, especially because then there's always the temptation to reply to them, either to set the record straight, which I don't really care about, or to just make fun of them, which the thing is about doing that is its own detriment, is that if you're actually funny about making fun of somebody and it gets under their skin, they will screen cap it and make YouTube videos about it and then brag about how they're doing monetized YouTube videos about it, even if they're just being dishonest. Like, they are actually happy to lie. And it's like, at that point, what? Holy shit. Okay. Okay. But yeah, and then at that point, it's like, now I have like thousands of people who are pissed off about the fact that I made a joke about their favorite gay dishonest YouTuber, and then another YouTuber will do a video about it. Like, and it's not just on Twitter anymore. Now I have like hundreds or sometimes thousands of people who are who think that somehow, like all of them are like, oh, you leftist, and it's like, yeah, you're completely wrong about that. And it's like, there's, to even manage this is to acknowledge that the mentally ill people who are obsessed with celebrity and status are even worth acknowledging. They're not even really people. So it's like, it's just easier to hit mute on, the dumb people who are not only incorrect, but usually come crawling back. I have had so many people come crawling back to me years later, like forced to admit that the thing that they had a meltdown at me over, they were dead wrong about, and I was dead on right about. And it's like, well, why even have the incorrect opinion in the first place? Why disagree with me when I'm constantly being proven right? I mean, that's at least a suggestion. It's not a requirement. I don't have to mute everyone just for, because, oh no, somebody disagreed with me. No, that worked. But but just, have human insight to things. That should be the only requirement. That can't be that hard. Because, I mean, I do it. And so, like, again, if people are like, well, who are you? And it's like, yeah, exactly. Who am I? And yet I'm still easily calling it right every single time. How are you not doing it? If I'm a complete nobody, how am I objectively better every single time being proven correct? And you're every single time being proven wrong. Like, that's I think one of the funniest things about Nick Rekieta as a person, is that he's a famous, popular YouTuber, and he's been utterly dunked on every single time I say anything to him in any way ever at all. Ever. And it's like, how should that be possible? Again, he's a big, famous, popular YouTuber, and he's not like, I'm getting under his skin at every like fucking 5-word sentence offhanded joke at him, and he's fucking melting down and crying like a bitch on stream, and then he has to hide behind his fans over it. It's fucking pathetic. He's pathetic as a person. He is he is beneath me as a person. And I'm not saying that I think he's beneath me. He has already been beneath me. He's been kneeling in front of me homosexually. Why is he doing that? And I have to be like, no, Nick, I'm not gay. I don't want you to suck my dick, Nick. You're not even tank to me, Nick. Come on, Nick. Just try to become straight. Just try to be a heterosexual. Just for a few minutes. Come on, Nick. Stop being so gay all the time. There. That's Nick. But it's just like so many times over and over. Like, not just him either. All of these other YouTubers. So many people in Comicsgate. A bunch of people in Comicsgate tried to stream snipe us, and they end up getting their fans to follow us and subscribe to us and start donating to our Subscribe Star and that kind of shit. That Matt Barr guy, who again, part of Comicsgate, and like fucking even Ethan has been sort of getting pissed off at him because the guy's just a complete moron, a liability, and incompetent in the same way that that Ethan is. Where, he's been late on his comics, but then he just straight up stole money from one of his customers and got caught doing it and got caught giving us an easy win. And it was so bad for him, he tried to address the video. He tried to basically EFAP the video of me going over it, and all he did was show the evidence that I was right, and he had no response to it. He got utterly fucking raped. And he just did that to himself. That's what we do every single time to all of these YouTubers. Without even trying. All I did was do a video where it's like, here's some evidence. That's it. That's all I did. It was like a 40-minute video. And Comicsgate basically shit itself into prolapse over it. I didn't make them do that. All I did was do a video showing evidence. And that happened other times before. There's other I always love bringing up, I know my brother also loves bringing up, because we did a stream where it was just a regular ass stream. And it was a few years ago now, where we were like, here's some stuff about Comicsgate. And a couple people in Comicsgate at the same time tried to stream snipe us, including that Cecil guy. David Voles is actually his real name, which he fucking, I'm not revealing that. That's old news. That's been out there. He's revealed that. He fucking one of those things where people in Comicsgate just dox themselves and shit. Ethan Van Sciver gave his name out on air. That was one of the guys who tried to stream snipe us, and after 5 minutes had to shut it down. He had to shut it down because we started talking about stuff that they realized, oops, we don't want Comicsgate finding out about this. For instance, Ethan, doxing his customer. Or specifically, it was Ethan leaking private backer information to have one of his customers targeted for basically harassment from his personal dox and harassment brigade. That was about the bean from Pa stuff. So again, yeah, we did that video. That was I think that's still up on our BitChute as well, and God knows if that video even loads. It should. I would like it, but I mean that's BitChute's problem. We did our part. That's the important thing. But still, the streams where they tried to stream snipe us, it was Cecil and some other guy, both of them, two different ones at the same time, and both of them not only shut down the stream, the attempted stream snipe, they also deleted the show. They deleted the stream entirely to basically cover it up. See, that's what we do. That's our business. That's what we do. And we have a very long history of getting people to do that. So if, that's the kind of person that Dick Masterson is choosing to support now, is people who can't stop embarrassing themselves, just shitting themselves inside out. Some of the most thin skin. Dick Masterson might as well just be on with Maddox again. He's on with just the modern version of Maddox. That's it. That's how it's always been. So again, if you want to know more, make sure that you have been following us for the past several years now. Where is? Oh yeah, okay. This dungeon is huge. This dungeon's too big. Nah, no. Yes, that one's good. Yay. Oh yeah, that's right. I was like, oh, back to the video. Oh wait, no, I was just trying to read the chat. Cyberfrog is objectively bad. You could argue the art is all right, but EVS is declining anyway. Here's the thing: is that the art is full of extraneous detail to show off, and also to damage control for the comic just being so fucking embarrassingly late. And it's embarrassingly late because all Ethan really does, all Ethan wants to do, is just do streams about drama. That's it. To the point where he has made up fake drama about people that had never happened. Just completely imaginary shit. Wait a second, what is that? I need some effort. Random orb. You know what? This actually kind of is better. Hope that wasn't too expensive. Holy shit. How much luck do I have? 0. Well, whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, chat. Choyet. You saw Sven stream making fun of EFAS's art. I haven't seen that, and I would really like to. Was that on Sven's channel, or was he doing a stream on somebody else's? Because I know he did some streams with Nurkish, and that stuff was good. I didn't watch all of that, but Nurkish is great. Nurkish deserves a lot more support. Nurkish is basically the first person to really get slandered by Ethan Van Sciver. Ethan Van Sciver just straight up lied about him. And for no good reason. Ethan was just pissed off. It was like just straight up a fake, imaginary manufactured PR move. It was fake optics, essentially, that Ethan, behind the scenes, Ethan had said to Nurkish, was like, here, Nurkish, do what I say. And Nurkish was like, I don't really care that much. I'm not even really Comicscape. And Ethan started fucking whining and screaming and crying like a bitch about it. And again, we've done videos going over the receipts showing that. And again, if you're gonna fucking, if you're going to be friends with the world's biggest faggot, don't be surprised when you get AIDS. So, I used to like Dick, basically. Even when he was making fun of Eric July, because the thing is that, Eric July is basically just a light version of Ethan, essentially. It's again, it's the, what the fuck? Okay, that does it. That does it. Ah, shit. Okay, going. Okay. It's better. slightly better. But I do have more respect for Eric July as a comic creator, but we're talking about a 0 out of 10 compared to a 1 out of 10. Like, I'd give Eric a 1 for actually creating comics, but as a person, I think he's just he is a lol cow. There's no way around it. Pretending that he's not just because Ethan doesn't like him is like pretending that Ethan's not a lol cow just because Eric doesn't like him. And a lot of people, that's the history of the internet, is just being perpetually tribal. I understand that, but I also don't really have any sympathy for that. I don't fucking give people a pass on that. I don't think it's I understand why people do it, but people are wrong to do it. People do a lot of things that are wrong. And it's important to be able to comprehend why. Okay. Where am I again? Holy shit. I can't even see the map. Oh, it's just right ahead. Anyways. Dick associates with a lot of sketchy people, then Vito too. He kept Digibro. Yeah, Digibro is almost one of the most horrible, condemning things. I noticed one of the latest clips on the Dick Show or Biggest Problem clips thing was Vito accidentally bought lolly porn, and even in the thumbnail, it looks like Vito's on with some troon. I was like, who the fuck is this? Who's this troon that he's on with? But, oh, shit. Okay. Can't really do that again. But, yeah. And again, Vito doesn't have... Anyone who is taking Ethan's side in this and acting like Ethan is somehow the respectable guy, you basically show that your opinion isn't real. That, again, your opinion is just up for the highest bidder. That's all it's about. You worshipped status. You didn't actually. You're not concerned about Eric July being dishonest or thin-skinned or a lol cow or anything. You just care about status. That's it. And to that extent, then it's just all kayfabe. It's all for the show, as Bobo would say. It's just the fake internet drama for attention. That's it. And that never really deserves any respect. Here, let me fight you know what? Let me go back. I'll go back to the chat in a minute.
Let's go to the next one.
Just the way he talks. Rekieta
so here we
talks
go.
So gay.
Epic LLC replying to Lord Fleming. What do you want us to say? We have a bunch of woke liberals
so
working
gay.
here, and they wanted to cancel Kiwi Farms. We're not really focused on supporting free speech anymore. Just trying to be a good domain registrar. Same thing there. All the same things here. Applying to all these people. Okay, cool. Canned response. So here's we're not. So this is replying to Josh. We're not really into free speech. The old owners were. That's not our thing. We did offer 25 cent over cost domain registrations, $9.99.coms initially, and upon renewal. Did we handle your situation badly? Yes, 100%. You had child porn on your site. We're sorry. We have no agenda. Josh says, tell your new owners I will personally dedicate myself to destroying your business for this new and even more heinous lie. Where Josh is talking about this line here.
That one does sound actionable. Just throwing out that, like, well, Kiwi Farms hosts child porn or had child porn on it. That's like, just straight up. The point is to defame. And Rekieta's, as shown in the past, Rekieta's response to Rekieta's rationalization for why that would be okay is because they don't have a reputation to defame. That makes it okay. Rekieta has said this, that it is okay to lie about somebody and to defame them if they already have a bad reputation. That's really what Rekieta was saying. And Rekieta has currently lost tens of thousands of dollars in a lawsuit over that, which, that sort of answers the question of, was Rekieta right? The answer to that is, well, he's lost tens of thousands of dollars, assuming that, and you know what happens when Rekieta assumes? he is stupid and wrong. You know what happens when we assume, though? We're right. We're pretty much just right. Where am I going? Forward? Where am I? Oh, nope, I was in here. Okay. Yeah, just listening to Rekieta, I kind of want to just skip to the next part. I know this is going to be a long stream, too, and it's not going to be pleasant. It's not going to be a happy stream. This won't be a happy stream. Oh, come on. Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to deal with these knights. So I'll just listen.
You had child porn on your site. We have no agenda. Pretty strong claim, right? How did Josh characterize it? So, Josh, now maybe there's another comment, but here's this one: that the
Nice.
Kiwi Farms hosts child porn. Yes, critical. Josh owns the domain and explicitly mentions the owner of the domain. What is the defamatory statement about the owner of the domain? Nothing. There's not a defamatory statement in that first one. This one, he quotes host child porn. Is there another comment that says that they host child porn? Because they said you had child porn on your site. Now,
It's a dramatic pause there.
has
Thanks,
Kiwi
Nick.
Farms ever
Thanks
had
for the
child porn
dramatic
uploaded
pause.
to it? That's not Kiwi Farms choosing to host child porn.
There's another thing. Again, Null Moon Josh did a video acknowledging this, not acknowledging Rekieta's thing, but acknowledging the lawsuit. And it is interesting. There we go. Wait, no, it's worthless. He did a video basically addressing the basis for the lawsuit, and it is pretty good. He even gets into detail about that accusation where it was like a guy, porn of a guy that he made himself. And it was a guy who was clearly of age. So people tried to claim it was child porn. The guy was like 21 or something. Even so, people's claim that it was child porn was clearly just completely manufactured. At least that's how Null puts it. That's what he says about it. Now, again, that is, some of the finer details about that are, for him to go over. But apparently that is what he was referring to. Nice. Yes. Easy. Here, let me just play more of this still. But Rekieta is basically clueless about all of this, too.
I wonder if Josh has ever talked about having to remove child porn from Kiwi Farms.
Has he? And again, he does a video. It's possible that he lied about it. It's possible that Null brought up that example to avoid real examples. But here's the thing is that Rekieta is doing this vague posting thing. And it's like, I don't know anything about this, and it's not a popular, well-known story. So if Rekieta is trying to be like, well, it looks like he caught himself, and it's like, really? Because I don't know anything. I don't think there's ever been a story about Kiwi Farms having any CP posted to it. So, but then again, I wouldn't know. Somebody else actually has to go into that. And if Rekieta knows anything about that, he certainly hasn't brought up, and he's not going to, apparently. So, oh, you know what? This will be helpful. Here, let me just play this while I do this dumb boss.
Chaucerian fraud. That is what hosting is, Nick. It's not quite the same. If you host child porn, it's a more intentional thing. They just said you had it on the site. Might have been removed.
Sweet.
This is where you're going to get into questions. Here's the biggest question.
Here's the biggest question. Nick Rekieta is about to make a giant semantics argument. And he's going to say, the legal system makes these semantics argument, but it's really Rekieta making this semantics argument. The difference between posting and hosting. Hosting means you store it on your site. And you store it on your site for in the intent of letting other people access it. And the fact that he did the Epik thing, it didn't say hosting. But here's the thing. A business shouldn't be posting anything about this on Twitter or anything. No, not going to. But so this is again the disingenuous lawyer behavior of the clueless, dumb, gay, whiny, thin-skinned lawyer with no integrity. That's the other thing that really gets under Rekieta's skin, is when you point out he has no integrity and that his opinions are just up for grabs. He bases his opinions based on what popular YouTuber he can get the most clout from. And we know this from personal experience because we have had popular YouTubers lie about us, and Nick Rekieta takes the side of the popular YouTuber lying and helps to promote their lie just because he doesn't like us and he doesn't like he doesn't like telling the truth. When he doesn't like somebody, it doesn't matter who's right. It just matters who can benefit. Nick Rekieta will see a car crash and ask if this can benefit him, basically. Holy shit, there's a billion of these guys now. Haha. Wait, what's this? Will this make me invincible? I might need this right now. Yep, I'm gonna need this right now, aren't I? Nice. It worked. Oh shit, another one. Okay. I'm okay. I wanted to look at the Chuyat. Let me just clear this room. Oh, sweet. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that drives Rekieta crazy, and I know that, again, from personal experience, because I had pointed out how Rekieta had taken the side of when an E-celeb, Ethan Van Sciver, in fact, was basically that he had shown favoritism to Ethan Van Sciver, and I pointed out that he had done that because him and Ethan Van Sciver had an agreement in private, which I didn't even know about until one of Nick Rekieta's friends told me. In fact, it was a couple people. A couple of Nick Rekieta's friends corroborated it. I was like, well, shit. That's kind of funny that nobody admits that, and that Nick Rekieta had such a spectacular... Because I thought the meltdown was so spectacular. It's like, that almost seems too obvious as a tell for it to be an actual tell of him being caught being dishonest. So I almost doubted myself, but only to find out that from Nick Rekieta's friends that yes, he had a backroom agreement to show favoritism, and I was like, okay, so that is the behavior, that is the personality that he has. That's the kind of person that he just is in general. Holy shit! No, you don't. Shit, I'm doing good damage. Ooh, I'm not even sure if I'll find a merchant store, but whatever. So yeah, and I think I especially think it's bizarre that I somehow get caught in the middle of this kind of stuff. And it was just a stream that only had maybe 20 viewers, and but then of course it gets back to Rekieta, who has a fucking meltdown about it. So I was thinking of watching that stream where Rekieta has that meltdown about it. But making a sort of reaction to that, and it's like a years late, delayed reaction, if you will, to it. But still, it's like apparently nobody else has been honest enough to actually acknowledge it or go into detail about it. Holy shit! Ooh, okay. It is bizarre how years overdue, nobody has ever actually given any scrutiny to Nick Rekieta about it, even though it was obvious that he was giving away the game by and whining and crying like a bitch about it. And to this day, I don't know. Well, I do know why. It's because he figured everyone would take his side, and pretend that he wasn't gay when he very clearly is. And the thing is that for the longest time, that benefited him. Most people would just take his side no matter how disingenuous he is being. And now that now it's finally turned on him after years of us saying, you know, if people start actually noticing what you're like, Nick, it's over. And sure enough, people are now noticing what he's like, and it's over. So, you know, we warned him every step of the way, and as always, we were proven right. Fine. But the, especially, the, sweet. Doing good damage. The, shitloads of money, too. That is just the nature of things. It's not because we're like prophetic or anything. It's just a matter of noticing. It's just, if you can spot the behavior, you just spot the behavior. That's how we've been able to notice it. That's why we have so many people who've actually been behind the scenes and seen the truth about what's going on have ended up being, fans of us. And the only people who don't like us are always the clueless proles who want intentionally to be suckered. So every time you see somebody who's mad at us, it means that they're wrong. And that's not me saying that there's actual evidence proving that that's how it is every time, because we don't base an opinion off of who we like or why we like them. Like, I could take Dick's side because, like, oh, Dick's funny. So anyone who trashes Dick or criticizes him or says anything about him, I could just be like, well, look, Dick's a good guy, so I don't think anything. But, you know, Dick is, he's made his choices. So nobody needs me to defend them. They shouldn't, at least. Because if they need me to defend them, it means the entire world is refusing to really acknowledge what's really going on. But as far as that situation with him and anyone else, and with Vito, it's like, you know, Vito made some funny YouTube videos and that kind of stuff. And at first that was all I had. What the hell? Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be quite a bitch to get to, but I think I might be able to get through that. Let me clear some of and you know what? Here, while I'm managing that.
If you get Josh in a deposition, you say, has child porn been uploaded to Kiwi Farms? Ever? Well, yeah, but I removed it. Okay, you had child porn on your site.
Here, if it hadn't, though, all he has to do is say no. So, problem solved. Case closed, as they say.
That's going to be the argument. That's going to be a problem. Doesn't say you uploaded child porn on your site, protected it. He says hosts. He had it in quotes. That's not
also,
it. Maybe there's another
Nick
quote.
Nick is ignoring another very important point, is that if anyone ever had posted it and and Null was like, okay, this is illegal, so I'm deleting it, all Null would have to do is be like, somebody tried to post to discredit our site, and I deleted it and I reported them. So I complied with the law. And again, it's inherently a bad look, but I mean, fucking, okay, Nick, how about if somebody posts child porn to your locals and you delete it, then now you are permanently liable according to this same standard that you're holding others to. If anyone ever posts it anywhere, which, I mean, I've never seen any anyways, but, and it's funny because I just remembered seeing, like, I saw some screenshot of somebody, I forgot where, but they posted a story about how they had, gotten a computer, like, they got a used laptop, and, they took it to a repair place to sort of have it, checked out and scanned and stuff, and it was like, it came back as having, like, a scan revealed that it had CP on it. And they're like, what the fuck? I just bought this laptop. And it turned out they bought the laptop from, the laptop had come from, like, an FBI office. And it's like, oh yeah, that's actually very common. A lot of used FBI laptops will have just be tons of CP on them. And it's like, that's bizarre. First of all, what is the exact purpose? Is that for planting on other people? Is that for trying to bait? Is that for trying to get people, to a honeypot or something like that? Or are there are just so many pedophiles in the FBI or something like that? But apparently, yeah, that's a weirdly common thing, is that old used FBI laptops that get like sold. And it wasn't like even a major thing. It's like a basic scan of something of some kind. It's like, okay, I mean, that even that is confusing. It's like, what does that even mean? But anyways, it's kind of unrelated. I brought that up for no good reason, but I just thought it was interesting. But also at the same time, it's like, people who are okay. It's gonna be another pain in the ass puzzle. Let me get. I'm gonna. There's a lot more I wanted to even say about like Vito is like, oh, he did some funny YouTube videos, and if that's all you knew about him, then it's sort of indifferent. But the fact is, he's really a moron. Like, as far as the pedo argument and stuff about defending cuties, is that there really isn't a good justification for that, and they both did that. And as far as that's considered, that's the end of everything right there. And as far as any nuance regarding that topic, it doesn't really deserve any nuance. A lot of people could be like, well, there's a lot of circumstances, but it's like, fuck the circumstances. There really is like, and the thing is, when that Cuties movie was coming out, people were like, oh, this looks disgusting. And it's like, what is it actually about? Does it actually show that stuff? Or are people just saying it looks bad, or it looks like it will, or something? Is it about how girls are wrong to do this? I don't know. Because I didn't know anything about it. And I thought, what is the story going on? Somebody should like go tell the story. And it turns out, as the story came out, it's like, yeah, no, it's like they're actually sort of abusing and sexualizing underage girls to do this. And it's like, oh, okay, there, right there, that is now there is no defense of the movie. That's it. But the thing is that the outrage culture is coming to this point where people will just make up that stuff. So sadly, it does have to be verified. It's kind of the old saying, though, that I remember from Christopher Hitchens, where he said the curse of the censor who has to censor all the pornography is that he is the one who becomes debauched. And but I think that like there's such a weird element of people making up fake drama that when it comes to when it comes to the actual stuff, the real shit, the real things, they're sort of denigrated, like it's made lesser. It's sort of the thing. Oh no, my luck. The people calling everything racist, people calling everything pedos, that kind of stuff over and over again. Every time people do that for everything, then the accusation becomes meaningless. That's why it needs to be verified, sadly. And it shouldn't come to that. I didn't want it to be like that. Everyone else chose to make it like that. That was their choice. Yeah, here, all right. I'm going to take a break. No, I'm not doing anything. You know what? I'll take a little break. I'm going to play this. So let me get up for a bit. We'll let this go.
Let's go. Host is a technical term existing on their drives and transmitting it. Simple as that. Except it isn't simple as that. That's the funny thing about language, and especially defamation law. It's not that simple. They appear to be specifically accusing Josh of having it on there rather than another user. Do they? You had child porn on your site. Is that a factual statement? I don't know if it is. But the question you ask is, has child porn been uploaded to Kiwi Farms? And yeah, that's a shitty technical way around saying something shitty, but welcome to defamation law. Welcome to it. If you have a weasel way out of it, there you go. You implies Josh, not another user. Yes, I know. But it says you had it on the website, not you uploaded it to the website.
It's so much easier listening, or it's so much easier playing Rekieta talking and not even having to listen to it. But yeah, again, it's just a big chunk of this is just Rekieta going on with the semantics. So it is that's why I also understand Null not even wanting to listen to this, because it's just Null, it's Rekieta just babbling about shit that, you know, he's way off about, or he's judging his opinion. His opinion is based on the idea that he doesn't like Null anymore. That's it. If it wasn't for that, he would be fully on board for the lawsuit. He'd be like, I will help promote your lawsuit. But now he wants to hold that hostage. So again, it's very sad. Even also the topic of like the cuties and the veto and stuff. It's like, it's kind of stupid I feel stupid even talking about it, because it's just a dumb kind of topic now of or even like trying to think of it with any nuance. It feels like Vaush. It's like, oh, what about or it reminds me of that Sam Hyde thing where he's like, he was yelling at some like psychotic super fan, and he was like, Mom, is there a logical argument for the distribution of CP? And that's really what it feels like to even discuss the topic. But whenever Dick gets brought up, I just think of that, and I think of how it's like, you know, I can understand a you know, some logic to it, but the entire topic is just poisoned, and it kind of deserves to be, you know, to a quite a huge degree. Oh. So, but yeah, whenever I think of Dick Masterson, especially Vito, because people just easily throw around the pedo accusations constantly. And the thing is that I wouldn't even really have that much of a problem with it if people weren't throwing that accusation out constantly to everyone all the time, to the point where it's meaningless. And it's like, is that really the goal, is to make the accusation of pedophilia to be meaningless? Because that's what people are turning it into. Not regarding the Dick Masterson stuff, but just inherently regarding all the other, like, you know, people in Comicsgate throw that at us because they're mad at us. And it's like, is that the criteria? The criteria for pedophilia is that you're mad at somebody? That's, you know, again. And it was because somebody had faked death threats against themselves and against their family and blamed us. And so because of that, they're like, fuck, you're a pedophile now. And it's like, you faked death threat. But nobody cares. All of these people, every single person, in fact, who hates Dick and Vito, justifiably even for that though, every single one of them basically has protected an actual child abuser in their own circles. And I think that's and none of them will be honest about it for even 1 second. And it's been years overdue for them to be honest about it. So that is my actual concern. It's not even about the other topics of like, oh, they defended this indefensible thing or that kind of thing, or oh, they're just trolls, or these guys are this, or they insulted somebody who is innocent. Like the idea of, you know, an innocent YouTuber, a popular, innocent, monetized culture war YouTuber. Here, this is what I was looking for. Let me just play a little more of this while I try and figure this.
You're gonna have a problem, because I'm pretty sure Josh
know, Nick.
I don't know. I'm not accusing anybody of anything.
He doesn't know.
In fact,
he just admitted.
I would specifically state that
Nick
if Josh
that
has talked about it,
here we go.
I'm pretty sure it was in the context of
here though. That's Nick Rekieta just fully. Oh, shit, is that even good? I don't know. Yeah, there, that helps. But there, Nick Rekieta just admitted he doesn't know. Well, what good are you then? Put the pillow over his face and shoot it.
Having to remove it from being uploaded by someone else, which is a common problem for message boards, for anything really that gets uploaded. Like, hey guys, Facebook has had child porn on their website. Did you guys know that? Twitter has had child porn on their website. YouTube has had child porn on its website. Did any of those companies want it on there? No. Do they have teams trying to remove it? Yes. Is that a factual statement though? Yes. Is it defamatory? No, because it's true.
Well, hold on a second. If another company tried to attack another company by saying YouTube hosts child porn, or people post child porn to YouTube, like that's the point of it, because that was the intent, then yeah, you have opened yourself up to some kind of action, certainly. So Nick is being just completely evasive about this, as he always is, though. He's always been evasive. I know this from personal experience. Nick has always been disingenuous, and he has no integrity as a human being. I know this from experience. I've proven this from experience. And if you disagree with me, you're disagreeing with the facts. Why do you hate truth so much? I don't know. Not my problem. Just like pouring cooking oil down the drain, not my problem. Oh, shit. I hate these fucking things. Oh, fuck. No. Oh. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, here, let me, you know what? Play
It's
this.
true.
I'm gonna actually...
That's what makes this case really difficult
No, it doesn't. It's not.
on
You're
the
dumb.
child porn claim.
You're dumb. Nick, you're
I would
stupid.
actually argue that hosts would be a stronger word, because hosts implies you're keeping it up.
Semantics.
Had it on the
Shut up.
website is past tense,
Your opinion is worthless.
doesn't
Nick.
imply or doesn't specifically state you do anything. And when you're dealing with the law and speech, the specificity of the speech gets really, really important. I'm being slimy scum, Nick. It's not difficult.
Here.
It is difficult.
Here.
Go fuck
Even his own audience is just straight up calling him out
sue.
for it.
It's like, try it. I'm not being slimy scum. I'm talking about the potential hurdles of this case.
Yes.
That's a tough one. And I just
Is
told
it?
you the exact reason it's a tough one. If you get Josh a deposition and ask him if they've ever had child porn uploaded to the website and he says yes, that statement becomes factual. I don't know if they have or not. I feel like I have heard Josh
Okay, so-
talking about it. I know he has in terms
He's-
of 8chan.
He doesn't know. It's two gigantic leftist giveaways. He doesn't know, but he's Nick is saying he doesn't know, but he's acting like it's true anyways. Leftist. And Nick is saying that he feels. Nick's feelings are now in play here. Does Nick Rekieta's feelings trump the facts? What is more important? Facts or feelings? Nick Rekieta says his feelings are more important. That's not my opinion. He has said that. I'm not misrepresenting what he said. He volunteered that information willingly. Why did he do that? What the fuck? Oh, speaking of why? Anyways, so yeah, that's every time I've even paused to point out something, it's like, that should be it. Nick is a disingenuous person. He has no integrity as a human being. The end. That is all that needs to even be pointed out. And yet, here we go with even more. It's so unsatisfying to not be able to open that. Very sad. Very sad. I wonder if I went with this. It'd be easier to do hard. Or, you know, maybe if I max this out. Yeah, I should just do easy until I get enough bloods to max out everything. Pshaw, why don't I do that? Why are they doing that? 3.0. Oh. I don't want to do these. Those look annoying. Oh. I could do this. But do I care? Yeah, fuck. I don't even want to do the rest of the stream necessarily because it's like, you know, I wanted to go out shopping. I want to get some groceries, and I wanted to I mean, like I have to basically do that shit myself. But also I started watching Narcos Mexico, which is by the same people who did the regular Narcos series. It's not even really a spin-off. It's labeled as a different show, but it's not. I don't have Netflix. It's a Netflix show, but I don't have Netflix. But I've been watching it anyways. And I'd rather watch that, but I will finish this clip, and then I was gonna go and just at least do a little bit of coverage of the of some of the actual It's some actual, real, good insight. Some smarter people, instead of just stupid Nick Rekieta all the time. Some smart, honest people for a change, like myself, talking about the thing. But also, let me look at this. Why do you hate green beans so much? Makes you vomit. I just, guys, just don't know. Kind of splitting hairs. What I was trying to point out, it's IMO, matter of whether he's an attorney, and he's not unless he's repping someone, as far as I know. Well, he closed his legal practice to become a YouTuber. He said that. So it'd be funny if someone recommended Nick go to law school because he's so dishonest. He might as well. He should go to law school because he's so dishonest. I've never seen his audience given so much pushback. Yeah, that is a funny thing. And it's very justified, too. His audience has definitely been sycophantic until now. The entire internet has been sycophantic towards him. Null has been. Everyone has been until now. And it's been very deserved to have this turn against him. This one time I was trolling him in Rumble chat. He decided to read my messages out loud even before he read the pay pic. Yeah, that's getting under Rekieta's skin. Rekieta will tell you that it's impossible to get under his skin. That right there is the proof that it's incredibly easy to get under his skin. But on top of that, getting under his skin, though, the other proof that it's incredibly easy to get under his skin is to just say something that makes fun of him. And he will have a reaction, usually some kind of hilarious meltdown that is funny at his expense. And I know this, again, from personal experience, from years and years of personal experience. There really hasn't been any instance or circumstance where Rekieta or anyone in Comicsgate has ever won a single argument against me. Rekieta has lost every single argument against me, without exception. And the closest you can come to saying that he hasn't is that he was able to hide behind his fans and his fans took his side. So basically, if you are saying that, you're admitting that status is the only criteria you have and can ever have for judging whether a statement is true or not. The only basis you have for judging is when you gauge it by popularity, which is, again, what the person, the underneath person. Shit, that looks like a new item. Wow, playing on normal is so much better than playing on hard. Here, I have to pick this up. Oh, a fragrance letter. Okay, let's see if I can play through the rest of this.
Right? Because he had to create a specific board for these weirdos that kept uploading pictures. And
hold on a second. You mean because he lost his... I don't think he lost... Rekieta didn't lose his... You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Rekieta did lose his license and just didn't admit it. And that, again, nobody seems to talk about it. Nobody really talks honestly about the stuff that they know about Rekieta. The people who know stuff about Rekieta don't talk about it. It's a very, it's a common behavior is that when Rekieta lies about something, the people who know the most don't say anything, or because they're friends of his, so they cover it up. Or if they do know, they get shouted down by all the many, many other people who are just looking to be friends with the popular YouTuber. That's why I don't really have any respect for Jim either anymore. I sort of see him the same way that people see Dick Masterson, is that he's sticking up for a dishonest person with no justification. And some people, in fact, I think was it Ralph who said, I think recently, that that Jim does that because Rekieta did legal advice for him or had helped him set up an LLC or some shit, and they said he's nose guarding because of that. Oh shit. And I think he had to acknowledge that, but it wasn't on his stream, which I think is bizarre on its own. But to be honest, I don't really know, because I haven't watched his streams. Because last time I watched a Medicare stream, it was just not really interesting in any way. especially because it was after all the Rekieta stuff was coming out, and I was like, oh man, what's Jim gonna say about the Rekieta stuff? And for the entire stream, he said he didn't even say the word Rekieta. He didn't even say his name. He didn't even hint at the topic. And it's like, so he's just covering up for it then. That is gay. The same way that it's very gay that Dick and Vito are covering up for Ethan. They're hiding. They're covering up the truth. They're hiding the truth and the reality about it. So really, when it comes to all the stuff that people say about Dick and Vito, they have it coming now. So I have no sympathy for them anymore. Because, I mean, as far as like, again, I brought up the cutie stuff because as far as that, there's like, well, people could have arguments about this or that, and it's pretty goofy, and it's just a sad topic in general, to, you know, their extent. And still at the same time, I think the whole pedo accusation gets just constantly thrown around to the point where it's becoming meaningless, and it's other people who are deciding that to become meaningless. But it's like, as soon as you have now covered up for like one of the most disingenuous, thin-skinned, pathological lying people in the history of the internet, like even Maddox is just kind of a regular, plain, generic lolcow compared to Ethan. Ethan is like a super mega deluxe lolcow. Like every single thing, like people hate that Billy Mitchell guy, and they're like, oh, he lost the lawsuit, and it's like, Billy Mitchell's like fucking, again, he's like a regular lolcow in comparison. Like even Ethan Van Sciver has done all of that same shit too. In fact, that's another thing. That's like with like a comparison to Eric July. Eric July is like basically had become obsessed. He has become obsessed with like presenting metrics of like sales figures, and it's like, where, you know, there has to be something more important in indie comics than sales figures. Once you've made sales figures one of the most important selling points, you've basically revealed the falseness of your beliefs. But again, that's a whole other topic, and people aren't really honest enough to broach that one either. Y'all ain't ready for that one, I guess, as the Squiddos say 2 years ago. But that way, there, holy shit. Wait, some chat. Vito is a yeah, well, he said, well, here's the thing, is that I can believe he was joking, but once you say that, even as a joke, if you go around telling people you're a pedophile as a joke, you deserve, that is actually a good reason why I just have no sympathy for him. If you go around saying that as a joke, or fucking, you might as well be treated as not a joke. That is incredibly stupid. And also it goes to show that, like, you basically got owned by people fucking trashing you, making fun of you, and criticizing you. Medicare didn't know, but no, Medicare knew. He absolutely knew. People super chatted Nick on Medicare's last stream. Since then, he's made fun of Rekieta 2 times. Well, here's the thing, is that there was no not knowing about the Rekieta stuff last year. He did like 2 streams last year where he didn't acknowledge any of there's no avoid. One of the most important stories. I mean, don't forget, this is lolcow of the year 2023. And so basically you're saying that Medicare had no awareness of what a lolcow is in the past several years. He doesn't know how to identify one. Jade James was banging Jade when she was like 15. Holy shit. Nell doesn't talk about EVS. Well, he should, to be honest, because again, if you don't know, EVS is the biggest lolcow. But that's, again, last to know Null. Null doesn't talk about EVS because Null doesn't know anything. Null is clueless. Null was clueless about Rekieta. Again, the same way that Medicura is. They're just in the dark. If you want to know, if you want to keep up with the people who actually know everything before everyone else, if you want to keep up with stuff that Jim won't even be finding out for the next several years, if ever, follow us, subscribe to us, become PayPig. I'm not saying that as a joke. Unironically, you can actually measure the stuff we were years ahead of everyone, constantly being proven right about. He allowed the CG thread to go after EVS now. Yeah, nice of him to allow that. Because there was a lot of sweep. Lots of sweeping used to hang out with bibliophiles. It was dirt, disgusting. But there's I think in a way that's some of the most important stuff is the sort of the denial of the reality of lol cows is that most of the big YouTubers that are like, oh, they're really milking the lol cows. They don't know. They are completely clueless. Null is completely in the dark about the actual lol cows, the reality of them. The biggest ones. Even Kiwi Farms mostly is just utterly clueless. But the thing is, eventually they will know. And they will know essentially because we have revealed it to them years in advance. And when they know, it will be because they caught up. If you want to skip the wait, like, share, comment, subscribe, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. I could play more of the Rekieta thing. Yeah, I'll try. I think it's
not have
close.
Pictures available. He's talked about that.
I
don't remember or know, or I don't remember if he's talked to me about it, and I don't know if he's talked to anybody else about it.
Again, clueless, fucking clueless Rekieta. Rekieta trying to be an expert, but he doesn't know. He doesn't remember. He's not sure. It's just one thing after the other of being clueless. This is how he always... Again, this is not new Rekieta. Rekieta didn't start being like this. Rekieta was always like this, and I have proof. I can show the proof. Anyone wants to see the proof, I can go over that. And go over his old streams of him being utterly clueless. You know what? I only have to go over it. You can go look at it yourself. It might be more fun if I do a video on that. Whoa. But the one where he had Liam Gray on, it was 2020, I think. Maybe late autumnal 2020. Oh, shit. Walked right into that. But yeah, that was, Rekieta was just completely, he was, like an Australian was making a false DMCA claim, and Rekieta was utterly clueless. He was like, well, I'm not sure how the Crown, just trying to actually respond to a mentally ill, just completely fucking delusional psychopath, trying to respond in good faith because Rekieta wanted to take his side, because the mentally ill psychopath was, as usual, in Comicsgate and against us. Somebody who absolutely despised us and was false flagging our accounts at the time. And Rekieta had him on to try to find some way to defend him publicly and do some PR for him. And it was such a fucking disaster for Liam Gray and for Rekieta. See, I'm not sure what the point of this is anymore, because I don't. Well, you know what though? I'm gonna try it anyways. I'm in good health. Here, we'll listen to this while I do this puzzle.
That's why I'm asking. Now, a bunch of y'all will be weird and get your fucking panties shoved up your asshole and be like,
weird.
Nick hates Josh. Don't fucking care about Josh.
Okay. Guys, it's so weird. He doesn't even care. Again, for everyone who's been following us, you can spot the tells. We've been making fun of that for the past several years now.
Talking about the trouble with defamation law.
Weird
and
and doesn't care.
To prove, because if there's any truth to the statement, you got a big hurdle. Now, if the answer is no, they've never had any on there, you're getting close. You're getting better. But then they're going to, I mean, their argument will clearly be, we didn't say they wanted it on there. We said they had it on there. Obviously, if they've never had it on there, great. And Josh can argue that as the domain registrar, maybe they would have some specific knowledge or something like that.
Okay, here's this.
It's tough.
It's tough.
These statements are worded in very assholish ways. Now, is Epic LLC
Are
being
they?
good here? No, they're being cunts, obviously. But bringing this lawsuit will be expensive, and it'll be hard to win. Josh probably knows this.
By the way, notice
Does
how
it mean he should?
Rekieta brought up the potential accusation that he's only saying this because he hates Null. He knew that was true and that people would point it out. So Rekieta was like, I better get out ahead of that. But the fact is, it doesn't make it any less true.
Shouldn't do it? I don't care if he sues if he sues it, might have content, so go for it. It's not up to me.
See, that's his
But
concern.
there is a big
Having
hurdle
content.
here. As people get kind of wound up for it, always temper your expectations, because it's kind of tough on these two statements to prove defamation.
Yep.
If Kiwi Farms has never, ever had child porn uploaded to it at any time, they get closer. And maybe they haven't. I have a hard time believing that. Now, as I say that, and a bunch of people spurging out,
Weirdos.
Happens.
Get him, Nick.
nefarious people can upload bad shit to your website. Really awful assholes can upload shit to your website.
No, what?
Doesn't mean you want it on there. It doesn't
Well,
mean
but
you have
like-
any way to prevent it from being on there.
What about like pictures of your wife's ass? Oh, wait.
And you can try and make those arguments in court. You absolutely can. This is from a fresh account. Here's like their IP address, and you can do all the autism work and try and show it to someone who hates you.
The autism work. Noticing
Again.
things. It's autistic.
Tough. It's tough because technically
tough.
it can be right. Again, I don't know if it's ever
No,
happened.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Some of you know all the lore of Kiwi Farms forever.
He doesn't
the person who knows this answer would be
understand.
Josh, right? Like Josh would know if it's ever been uploaded, presumably because he has moderating power. Go ask him. I can't. So I don't know. Josh, if you're out there, don't answer any questions.
I do think it's a little gay that Null has Rekieta blocked, but I do also think it's funny because it's it gets under Rekieta's skin in a way that not having him blocked would not. Yeah, what time is it? Oh, shit. Yeah, all right. That sounds good to me. Anyways, yeah, so after, let's see, it's 10:23 on this clock. So at 2, I will leave. I should definitely be done by 2. Shit. And then tomorrow I have a dentist appointment. Yeah, dentists. Pshaw. I hate them. Oh shit. Whoa. Okay. Here, I'll just play this again.
Questions from me. Jesus Christ, don't do that, Josh. That's a terrible idea to say it publicly if it's ever existed.
Who would take your advice at this point, Nick?
That'll be a problem. But maybe it hasn't. If he can confidently say, no, we've never had child porn on there, or no, we never had child porn on there while Epik was the domain registrar. Cool. Closer to defamation. I have a hard time believing that, not because of Kiwi Farms, but because any message board of a particular size runs into this problem at some point. So again, it's not actually a commentary on Kiwi Farms, its users, or Josh. It's just the way the internet works. Weirdos fucking upload weird shit.
Weirdos.
Everywhere. On any website that they
Guys.
can. Because they're fucking
What are you doing about the weirdos?
weird. So
They're weird
that being
because
said, if
they're weird.
Kiwi Farms has had a fucking weirdo pedophile on there who's just like,
Weird.
let me upload a bunch of shit.
It's weird.
Even if they hate Kiwi Farms, they're just doing it to take them down. You got
Does
a
he
problem with
care?
that statement. So
Does
that the
he
Kiwi
care?
Farms host child porn. This isn't the quote. And I actually think that this is a completely different statement. I think if they had written that they hosted child porn, I think that would be closer to defamation. I know you guys say host is a technical term that just means it was uploaded, but host to me implies, before you jump on my nuts for this, I am not a web developer. Neither are the jurors. Okay? And neither is the judge.
His legal acumen
to me,
here really
as
coming
a
in
lay
handy.
idiot, host implies
A gay
more either active or affirming role
Don't forget
in
disingenuous
the content than was
and
on
obsessed
your
with
website.
status.
I'm not saying it's not the same thing. I'm saying, as someone who doesn't understand web development as much as you autisms do,
You autisms.
I'm more like a juror, unless you get a jury full of web developers. Very unlikely in a case like this. So this is, again, if this is what you're saying here.
At this point, being autistic just means you're not a cuckold. You didn't go to Jamaica and have 2 gay male prostitutes fuck your wife in front of you. You're autistic. What are you doing not having that? Or you're one of the poors. That's what Rekieta used to do that also. And the thing is that once female like Twitch streamers, Twitch thoughts started using that, Rekieta realized he couldn't quite use that as much. Remind him of that. He'll start doing it again. Hopefully, because it would be very much worth it. It would be to our benefit to see Rekieta do that again. Because when he does, the few remaining dumb, gullible Rube fans he has will turn on him again. Oh shit. Oh, I think that's also new. Huh. That's useful. Yeah, not quite as... Oh shit, golden pot. Wait, how much? 16. I'm breaking that, so I don't care. Oh, he's gonna be pissed though. Huh. You know, that's useful. That's useful to me. To me. Yeah, let's... Again, I just want to get through this.
That's not the same word. You might run into some difficulty. Maybe not.
Oh, maybe
these
not.
Are both false, and these are both instances of actionable per se defamation.
Like, again, how much more can you hedge your bets? Being like, hey, this was going to happen. Or not, but maybe. But you know, it could, but I don't know. You know what? I don't know anything. It's just, okay, fucking commit to something, cuck. Commit to at least one stance in your life that isn't based on status or who you're currently friends with.
All right. Well, the elements of defamation are...
He can't do it. He doesn't understand.
That a statement was made by a defendant. The statement was false. The statement is about an identifiable plaintiff. It was made to someone else, and it was made with the requisite... it caused damage. It was made to the requisite degree of liability. If it is made about a non-public figure, it would be negligence standard. If it's made about a public figure, it would be to the standard of knowing falsehood. So actual malice is what they call it, but knowledge of the falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. Public figures have a difficult time proving defamation. It's possible. Johnny Depp did it. They have a difficult time doing it.
Gee, what was the difference? Johnny Depp is a world-famous Hollywood actor multimillionaire. Gee, again, status.
Kiwi Farms... It's really tough. Kiwi Farms isn't an entity, according to Josh. So who are they defaming? Are they defaming Josh?
Never happened.
Is Josh a public figure? Maybe Josh made statements about Epik LLC, and they responded to him. That probably makes him a limited purpose public figure. He entered the fray.
Probably.
And they responded to him. So
again, how much preparation for your show can you avoid doing when you're just guessing? Everything out of your mouth is just a fucking guess about what you think might be about this or that. It's like, Why don't you just, again, that's part of being a lawyer, is actually looking into it. And it's the one thing that Rekieta just never does.
On this topic, I would think that would
He's
sway
such
a judge
dumb
towards
cuck.
limited purpose public figure, either for Josh or for whatever
Fag
entity
cuck.
Kiwi Farms is. I actually don't know who's bringing suit here. Is Josh bringing the suit? Is Kiwi Farms bringing the suit?
But gee,
If
I
Kiwi
don't know.
Farms bring the suit, is it an
Am
entity?
I?
Because again, they argued that it wasn't
Are
an
you?
entity in a legal filing, which could cause trouble if they try to claim it is now. Because was it a lie then? Is it a lie now? Is there a change that it has become a legal entity because you created one? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these. I'm not saying one way or another. Who's the plaintiff?
He's not saying one way or the other. So don't just, not even saying
Who's
anything.
the plaintiff?
Yeah, why don't you guess, Nick? How about, am I the plaintiff? Are you the
That's
plaintiff?
a good question. I think we should ask.
Is your wife? Are
The
Jamaican
damage of these claims
prostitutes
is
the
inherent in
plaintiff?
the claim, and they are already being
Shit.
parroted by adversaries for the purposes of trying to further erode our ability to find stability and sure footing on the internet. All right. So defamation per se will have to go. Did the judge tell them they were a legal entity? Incorrectly asserting something doesn't make it true. The judge telling them they're a legal entity doesn't make it true either. The judge refusing to dismiss Kiwi Farms from the suit is weird, because who are you going to collect from? Like, what is Kiwi Farms? But either way, if they claim in a filing they're not a legal entity, incorrectly asserting something doesn't necessarily make it true, but it might make you having made a false statement under oath in your filing. In one of them. But actually, again, the judge saying that he's not going to dismiss Kiwi Farms out of the other one, the question still remains, what is Kiwi Farms? Like, who is the plaintiff?
Is
And
it
I'm
a
not sure.
website?
Again, I'm not accusing. Everybody mistakes asking questions about these lawsuits as some sort of accusation. There's no accusation here.
That's right.
I don't actually know.
Anything. Yes. We're
So,
aware. We're very
He
aware
says,
of it.
here we
Nick
go. Josh
E.
says
Titty
Kiwi Farms is a
baby.
West Virginia LLC. So now we actually do have an entity here. That's interesting.
Is
So
it?
that must have been made after the copyright claims of Russell Greer. I would guess. Kind of want like that. That's. I said it's interesting. I don't know if it means anything. That's an interesting development. So that
Is it
that
weird?
answers that. I should have just read on.
Does he care?
But I wanted to talk real quick
It's
about
weird and he
defamation per
doesn't
se,
care.
because people misunderstand defamation per se. You go, it's defamatory
Do
per
they?
se, you're going to win. Defamation per se means one thing specifically.
Just means you don't have to prove
That
damages.
the damages
That's it.
element of defamation is presumed. So,
Notice how much better I explained that than he did. How much more concise and clearer I did it. I'm a better lawyer than Rekieta.
in a regular defamation
That's pretty
claim,
good.
the
That's pretty
defamatory statement, you have to prove that something caused damage. All right? In a defamation per se claim, you don't have to prove that something caused damage because the accusation is so inherently damaging
Nick, I already explained this.
that it must have caused
You're
damage.
welcome, Nick.
When you get to the
Once again,
judgment phase,
Nick on his knees in front of me. Nick is beneath me right now. I am superior to Nick Rekieta.
if you win,
again,
then
as
you'll have to
usual.
prove out how much
As
damage was
always.
done for your compensation, basically for your compensatory damages. So if it's per se defamation, you have damages presumed, but you can only prove $1 of damages. That's all the damages that you get. Now that is sufficient to raise a defamation claim. Don't get me wrong. But it just answers that one element. It does not mean that the statement was false. It does not mean the statement was made about the
Yes.
plaintiff. It does
Rekieta is not even going into autistic detail here. He's going into pointless detail. That's what I like to call it.
not mean that the statement was made with the requisite degree of liability. Again, negligence or actual malice. If you miss any of those elements, you still lose. People mistake this because they say, oh, per se defamation means you're gonna, means it's proven already. No, it isn't. A per se defamatory statement could still be true, for example. Or it could be made with negligence, but if the if the defendant is a public figure or the plaintiff is a public figure.
That's Rekieta trying to get around the monograph situation, especially him losing the monograph situation so far. It's the case is still apparently going, but Nick basically has had tens of thousands of dollars drained from him. So in a way, the lawsuit has already been a success to damage. It's also even damaged Nick's reputation, funny enough. Maybe Nick should sue Monograph after this.
That's not enough. That'd be actual malice. If you don't hit those elements, you
wouldn't
won't
be surprised.
win, even if it's per se defamation. So I just want to clear that up because people tend to believe that per se defamation means you're going to win automatically. It does not. So here we go. Epik is a Wyoming LLC. X is a California LLC. I'm not sure why that matters, because I guess because it was made on Twitter. And Kiwi Farms is a West Virginia LLC.
Fuck.
To pursue this,
There we go.
I would have to find a lawyer in one of these jurisdictions. I don't know any. Actually, I don't think so at all. I think Josh's jurisdictional argument is completely incorrect here.
Oh,
and I'll
shit.
tell you why.
Because you don't
First
like
of all,
it. That's
bringing
why.
it in California because X is located there is weird. I don't know why California would have specific jurisdiction over this claim other than California and all 50 states would have jurisdiction over this claim, I believe, because it's against Epik, who, while Epik is a Wyoming LLC, Epik does business in all 50 states. Right? I mean, I think that's obvious. Epik specifically sells domains to people in all 50 states. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't be under every state's jurisdiction. Maybe you'd have an argument that because they offer domains to anyone and everyone that they don't specifically reach into a state for protection. But I'm going to guess if they've sold domains in any state, they're under the auspices of that state. That's going to be, I would think that pretty much any jurisdiction is going to be able to take this case. But the easiest jurisdiction would be Wyoming. Actually, where's Epic's home office? Headquarters in Sheridan, Wyoming. So they're organized in Wyoming and they're headquartered in Wyoming. Okay, so that's where they're going to stay. Wait, Epik was founded in 2009 by Rob Monster and is based in Washington State.
Oh, this is more important and interesting than Rekieta just coming up with excuses for why Null would lose this lawsuit. But I think it's my 45% evasion is actually evading damage on this thing. Okay, well, not that time. Oh. And not that time. But I think it actually can avoid damage on even picking up the things. Here's Rekieta being like, "Hey, it's
Seattle
pretty
area
goofy,
company
isn't it?"
helps fringe site Gab return and wake up
Sorry,
Pittsburgh synagogue
no.
shooting.
Just
That was from
fucking
2019.
Being cunty.
So if they have an office in Washington State, they could be sued there too. But actually, again, I think they're not going to have a jurisdictional issue.
If I was Null, I don't blame Null for not listening to this, because if I was Null listening to this, I would just start to, only if I was Null listening to this, I would just start sending Nick Rekieta death threats. Real ones, not the ones that him and his friends are used to faking for internet sympathy. That is for Null. I have a reputation for never having sent anyone death threats. To the point where people have to fake death threats against themselves to blame me for, as I have mentioned many, many times. I feel like there's some kind of treasure room in here. All those broken wall things. Yeah, whatever.
But you would have the argument, which costs more money.
But yeah, I can imagine
Easiest
Null
would be
would
to go
just
after
get
them in Wyoming,
fuming
where they're
listening
registered as
to
an
this.
LLC. West Virginia has jurisdiction.
But yeah, just like listening to Rekieta being so smug about how wrong he is, or just how pissed off he is at Null, and so he wants to brag and gloat about how he is sure that Null would lose this lawsuit. And And the fact that Rekieta is pretty much always wrong about any lawsuit or legal case that he ever has any opinion on. But the fact that Rekieta says it, people will believe. It's like, oh, Rekieta thinks that people were so convinced that, Vic was going to win that lawsuit that they donated money. They donated money to the lawsuit because they thought that Vic would clearly win. And they thought that because of Rekieta. Because Rekieta was pushing his support. That was it. And that is how, again, people deem the right and wrong. They pretty much judge their morality based on status. A popular person said this, therefore I think this. This is now my morality, is what that popular person said. That is their criteria. That's one of the most important things in their entire life. I kind of do want this, don't I? That gave me health. Neat. That's good. Yay. Well, here.
I mean, West Virginia wouldn't have any more jurisdiction over Epik than any other state. Kiwi Farms being in West Virginia, Kiwi Farms is the plaintiff, though. They don't have to, if they're suing Epik in West Virginia, they have to argue why they should be brought there. Again, I think Epik is probably doing business in every state and can probably be sued in every state, but it's the internet that gets kind of weird.
Weird.
But Wyoming,
guys, weird.
if Wyoming is their LLC, then that's the easiest state to show jurisdiction. Any other state, you might have an argument, but I really don't think it's going to be that much of a problem. 10 case trial is at least 75 grand. However, they would be able to pay because they are a big company. And this would be an amazing step for being able to show providers, yes, we are legal. Yes, we are taking steps to remedy actionable defamation. To the contrary, non-actionable defamation would be weird.
Weird. Guys,
I put up a poll. I'm already dealing with
get?
litigation, saving money for another case. Would the community itself actually want to finance legislation? And then I will find a way to get fiat working so you don't need crypto, but special crypto wallets can also be set up. Okay. So there's Josh's post about it. Again, let's talk about some of the hurdles. Who's the plaintiff? Is Josh the plaintiff?
Is
Kiwi Farms LLC the plaintiff?
Are you the plaintiff? Is Mom the plaintiff?
It depends on if Kiwi Farms LLC owns kiwifarms.net.
Just clueless
they do.
Rekieta.
Seems like they're the plaintiff.
Who's the plaintiff? Shut up.
Someone said you had CP on your website, implying Josh would be the plaintiff.
He's a queer motherfucker.
I don't know if that's actually true.
Oh, no.
Statements are really vague. They don't accuse...
The way he's phrasing it is like... Gee,
here's an interesting
it's too
thought.
bad that I don't know. This is what Rekieta is basically saying is, gee, it's too bad we're not friends because I don't know enough about the case to help you anymore. Isn't that a shame, Null? He's even talking with that vocal intonation. That gay Rekieta gay vocal intonation. Which is what he does basically when he's a bitch. He's a gay bitch whose asshole is currently ripped and bleeding from just Nick Rekieta just being so gay. He is so incredibly, fantastically gay. He's what now that I've fucking seen this again and remember this, one of my most beloved quotes. From Dr. Chilton. Wait a sec. Children. Oh, shit. No, but Dr. Chilton put it, he's quantifiably bitchy. Oh, God, that was a good one. Ooh, keys. Oh. What the hell is going on here? Who cares? You know what? Now I need one of these apples. Do I have? Oh, I do. Delicious. You know, I could definitely use another for storage in my sleeve. Wait, so what is this? What is going on? Okay, nope. Here. Back to Dr. Children.
thought on this.
Let's listen to Dr. Children.
Josh has talked a lot about 230, Section 230. Josh and I have talked a lot about Section 230.
230?
Section 230 insulates any website that has illegal content on it. So long as they make a good faith effort to remove content, they're insulated from liability for that content. Which is why websites actually do have the ability to have CP uploaded to them, for example, and have some time to reasonably attempt to remove it, and the companies are insulated from liability, even if they miss it and it stays up, like Twitter, right? We've talked about this a lot.
Yeah, I bet you have.
Kiwi Farms has Section 230 immunity for having child porn on the website. Is it defamation per se?
Rekieta almost sounds too interested in the idea of Kiwi Farms having CP on it.
Which is actually a really good question.
Is it?
That
Then
again,
why
that's
are
a,
you
that's a really
asking
interesting
it?
question.
Stupid.
Because per se defamation requires either accusation of a
cuck.
specific illegal activity
Who is this gay
or
cuck?
some sort of thing
Rekieta?
that occurs
Nick
like within the
Rekieta,
scope
the
of business
gay
that
cuck.
makes you that would harm your reputation within your profession or
Shit,
some
that's
sort of
pretty
heinous
sweet.
disease, loathsome illness, or sexual impropriety.
I mean, like
Basically
going to
calling women a
hedonism too.
whore.
Oh, that is
But if
bad.
Section
Going
230
to
gives you
hedonism
immunity from
too?
the illegal activity,
Following
is it
gay prostitutes on
is it a crime?
Instagram?
I'd make that argument
Would you?
at least partly if they were my client, right?
And then you
That's interesting. What's
you could
what's the per se
defend an
defamation
innocent
here?
man all the
They're
way
immune.
to death row.
There's no criminal liability for Kiwi Farms. On this, they have 230 immunity. This is a hurdle.
This
Is
gay,
it a slam dunk
cute
for
way.
Epic? No, of course not. But these are the types of hurdles that this case faces. So first off, who's the plaintiff? Is it Josh? Is it Kiwi Farms LLC? Is it some other thing? I don't know. Is the plaintiff clearly identifiable
know.
from the comment from
He
the
doesn't
comments? Would be a
know.
question. You had CP on your website. Is interesting. Does that mean Kiwi Farms? Does it mean some other domain? Does it mean like it seems to imply that it's Kiwi Farms? I think we can reasonably infer it's Kiwi Farms, but do they have a weasel way out of that?
Let's
Is another question you have
reasonably
to ask.
infer things.
The other one is just the statements themselves. Very vague. They don't point to the first one doesn't seem defamatory at all. The idea that they that U.S. authorities assisted them in moving the thing. I mean, that's a lie. I don't think that's per se defamation. I don't know that it's particularly damaging, but maybe. If it's ruled to not be per se defamation, he'd have to show how that specific comment was damaging to him, or damaging to Kiwi Farms, I guess. Maybe he could. I'm not sure.
If it was, I
But
wouldn't
hey,
trust Rekieta's take
that
on
one's
it,
really
so
tough.
Who
The
cares?
child porn one is closer, but even that is not such an obvious defamatory comment because it isn't host. It just says you had it on your website.
Again, you know why it isn't? Is the reason why Rekieta is saying it isn't is because if it is, then so is saying that Monograph is a pedophile. Again, just because you wanted to make fun of him on the internet. And basically, the real problem with that, especially, is using his platform and his fans to help convince, thousands of people, or these days, tens of people, to, that guy that Rekieta doesn't like is a pedophile, and that when Rekieta calls somebody a pedophile, they're always justified, or he's always justified in doing it. In accusing, in making that accusation. And that is definitely not a good criteria. That's not a good thing. And here's the thing also is the Rekieta doesn't want to bring up, Medicare doesn't want to bring up this stuff because Rekieta's pretty much headed for the wall. The Rekieta version of the wall. If you think Rekieta has potential problems with like a midlife crisis. You ain't seen shit yet. Okay, you know what? I can. You know what? I can throw things into the pits now.
That's
I
tough.
wanted that.
That's a tough case.
It's tough.
The next thing, Josh is saying it's going to cost 75 grand.
Can you not?
What's the recovery on this case? Is it more than 75 grand? I don't know. He would have to prove how much damage Kiwi Farms has taken from the defamatory statements. That could be tough. Like, just for, again,
it's tough.
If it's per se defamatory, you don't have to prove damages as an element, but you do have to prove them for compensatory damages if you get the judgment.
Shit.
The question is, will you make back the 75 grand, or are you standing on principle? Standing on principle is clearly important, and that's why crowdfunding this thing would be critical. Everybody's pitching in knowing maybe we're not going to get recovery other than the statement basically from the court that says this is false, and the person who did it's a piece of shit.
Oh,
that is definitely worth it for a website. It just sucks that you may not be able to recover actual money, but maybe they can too. I don't know what Josh can prove. I don't know anything about the numbers of Kiwi Farms. So there you go, guys. There are some of the hurdles around this case. I really don't think the jurisdiction hurdle is a big one. Epik is a Wyoming LLC, but I really think you could probably sue in all 50 states on it. But it's going to cost, it's going to cost a fucking fortune to do the jurisdictional argument anywhere other than Wyoming. That's where it probably should be done.
Well, gee, why don't you foot the bill, Nick?
But yeah, good
out
luck.
Of money?
Look, here's the deal.
The cost of suing would be the cost of one car that Nick could slam into a wall while drunk with his kids in the car. Why waste that money on a lawsuit when you could spend it, crashing a car with your children in it? The Nick Rekieta approach of the whole thing. Oh, sweet. Man, I have a really good build. I'm definitely going to plus game this one. Let's see what... Anyways, I also wanted to check the Choyat. I'm sure I missed a bunch of stuff. Now that's actually... Holy shit, it's almost 11? Holy crap, I've been going for 4 hours. See, I kind of didn't want to do this because, like, oh man, this is going to go forever. But you know what's the advantage of playing video games? I love video games. This is one of the only VR games I even have left to play, though. There's nothing left on my plate. All I have is non-VR games. Non-VR games are cool and all, but it's like, if I'm going to stream, VR games are perfect. Because they're fun. It is more fun, I think. That's how I feel about it. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. Yeah, again, I think we're getting close to wrapping this up.
It really sucks.
And then I'm going to go to the next part of this.
Kick them off, the domain registrar, and talk shit about them in a way that might easily get out of being defamatory.
What?
It sucks when you get defamed, right? It's awful.
You wouldn't know, Nick.
If they can weasel their way out of it,
and
sucks
Nick
for Josh
doesn't
and Kiwi
know anything.
Farms. They got to make these considerations if they want to go to court. So that's that. I just don't think it's quite as simple. Quite as simple as Josh makes it out to be. But hey, it's up to him. Libel-proof plaintiff doctrine.
Well, again, what is
that?
What is with that stupid fake? That's Nick clearly trying to imagine that he's funny. Nick, you're not funny. Only retarded people think you're funny. Sweet. What is it at? 35%. Shit. Yeah, definitely got to plus gain this shit. Gotta fucking. It's good to. It's rare to get such a good damage build. Okay. Oh yeah. Choyat. So weird. Where's Waldo? Where's Weirdo? Nick's mailbox is likely held up by more than duct tape. Oh, he's got one of those really good fucking mailboxes. Yeah, again, all these YouTubers who are like, yeah, I'm making all this money. It's like, you're not doing that well if your mailbox is being held up by duct tape. You're not doing well in life, financially or as a human being. Like, no matter what you may say about people you hate, if their mailbox isn't being held up by duct tape, they got at least something right as a human being. I think it's safe to say that there is a direct correlation and causation between holding your mailbox up with duct tape and being a child abuser. If I ever see anyone whose mailbox is being held up by duct tape, I would automatically assume they're a child abuser, and I'm pretty much going to be right 99% of the time, if not 100%. I think 99% is really lowballing it. Oh, there, this is always pretty good too, actually. That's good for just general damage. Gotta hit him with my sword. What else am I doing? And why am I doing it? Did that I think that hit me and I evaded it.
That's
Which
an
is
interesting
cool.
question
It's
by
the-
Will
it was
Reed.
this.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that right now.
Ooh.
That is a really good question.
Is it?
So,
Well, no wonder
there
you didn't
is
think of it,
a
Nick.
doctrine of libel-proof plaintiffs. Can Kiwi Farms be defamed?
Yeah, see,
Or
this,
Josh
again,
Moon, if he's the plaintiff? Can they? Can they be damaged by statements by Epik?
this is the thing. I basically did bring this up already. This is what Nick was saying, or this was Nick's cope, or also known as excuse, for why he didn't defame Monograph, because, as he said, Monograph didn't have a reputation. He had no reputation. He was already a bad person. People didn't like him. Therefore, it was completely okay for Nick to defame him, to slander him, to lie about him. I think it's funny because, you know, Nick regularly lies about us to his own detriment, where he comes off looking stupid, dishonest, disingenuous, whiny, and completely devoid of basic human integrity. Again, that's not my opinion. Some of Nick Rekieta's own friends have said that about him. Again, it is weird, you could say. It's very, very weird that I'm even that information is available to me, that I am able to be exposed to that information, or to people saying that, or people pointing that out. I think it's weird, but it is also true that I personally know people who know Nick Rekieta personally. They're friends with him, who have said that, basically, who have pointed out that he doesn't really have integrity. These are Nick Rekieta's friends saying this. And certainly you can say that it's like, it is weird. It's weird for Nick Rekieta's friends to say it. Why would Nick Rekieta's friends say this about them? They say this, first of all, because they know they can't say it to him. They're not saying it to him. They're friends with him, but at the same time, his own friends can see what he's like. So that alone is a whole topic of its own, of being aware of your friends and what they're really like, and pointing it out, and being like, here, I know what they're like. I know that they're like this. Sometimes I know that my friend is dishonest, or, you know, that that he will take the side of somebody just because they're popular, even if they're lying, or if they're disingenuous or something, so on. And it's an interesting phenomenon, an interesting human phenomenon. But personally, a lot of people have thought I'm too judgmental. Well, not a lot of people have thought I'm too judgmental, but people have definitely thought of me as judgmental for intentionally choosing to not be friends with somebody just because they lied about something. And it's usually something that they don't believe they lied about. Like, that was one thing, clearly, Preston Poulter was just utterly baffled about the fact that, you know, the whole Zombienomicon situation, where, like, yeah, this isn't good, this doesn't benefit us, so I don't really want anything to do with you. I didn't even tell Preston that, you know, I don't want anything to do with you. I just stopped talking to him. I was like, there, that's it. You know, we don't have to be enemies or anything. I just don't want anything to do with you. I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm not interested in having anything to do with you. It's funny because Preston getting caught doing cuck porn, actual cuck porn for real. I was like, well, that's, you know, that's sad. That's certainly not cool. But, I mean, I don't really care about your personal business. Like, I wouldn't care about Nick Rekieta being a cuck if it, like, Preston didn't go around telling people he was a traditionalist, wholesome Christian, and he didn't make money on the internet doing that. So I wasn't that concerned about Preston Poulter being an actual cuckold and doing gay cuck porn and shit. Nick Rekieta doing it, though, is a whole other topic, because Nick Rekieta very proudly made a lot of money and gloated about making a lot of money. His fans also gloated very proudly about him making a lot of money. You know what? This can be a good thing. But yeah, they all sort of collectively gloated about making a lot of money from Rekieta pretending to be a wholesome trad. Shit, I knew it. Damn you. Damn you. Wait, where's the steak? Oh, okay. You know what? Here. Steak goes on this wrist. What? Steak. There. Okay, and this and this. Oh, nice. I don't think that it's a chance to get something when you throw fruit into a pit. Whatever.
Or are they so notoriously evil, for example, that no statements could possibly harm them? Now, libel-proof plaintiffs are really, really hard to find. Okay? They're really difficult.
I
don't know
that looking at the chat is certainly far more entertaining than listening to Rekieta. He's totally wrong on this point as well. Section 230 has nothing to do with stuff. The chat will be on the screen at least for all the stuff I missed. Unfortunately, I wonder if always liked sucking little boys is per se defamation. Huh, Rekieta? It was 4 years in prison for that one woman Nick helped. Good job, Nick. Once again, Nick Rekieta defending somebody all the way to death row. Give us another drink, bruv. But give Rekieta another drink, bruv. They stole the farm's domain into that website. Retard. Epik also said falsely that the farms was under criminal investigation for CP, but Nick forgot that part. That's interesting, because I didn't know that part either. Again, Nick not doing any show prep is like, well, I didn't even look into it. And it's like, okay, so you're just talking about something you don't even really know anything about. Nick, again, clueless Rekieta, going after in the dark null, or last to know null. It's in the dark Kiwi Farms. But again, null is basically right about this. See, that's the thing, is that when people are like, see, I have integrity, I'm willing to defend people, like, no, you don't. But I do, and I just have. I don't like Null. I don't really like Kiwi Farms. But I think Null is basically right about this. Oh, shit, again with that. Whatever. Oh, there. Neat. Yeah, wait. Choyat. Epik also false. Oh, yeah. Rumble's ghosting Nick on contract renewal. No money means bad times for Nick. Well, certainly big time, extra big ass, inshallah. Drama queen. Why be friends with someone like that? Yeah, that's the thing. Why be friends with people like that? And Nick Rekieta is constantly. In fact, if you're not like that, if you're not the kind of person who is willing to fake death threats against yourself for sympathy, Nick Rekieta doesn't want to be friends with you. you basically have to be willing to do that for Nick Rekieta to be friends with you. And again, I know that from personal experience, not from me, but from the people Nick Rekieta is friends with, who I have personally watched. They make fake death threats against themselves, against their children for internet clout. They brag about how they're making money off of faking death threats against themselves and their children. And then Nick Rekieta's direct response to that, like same day response to that, is to promote them and promote their YouTube channels and their businesses and so on. So that's by the way, kind of telling in a way that I don't think people will be honest enough or capable of noticing for many, many years, for like, you know, a good half a decade. But that is part of the connection of why when Rekieta says he wishes that Eric July would make $1 billion or whatever, that is a direct connection with it. Rekieta wants to support Eric July for the same reason he supports all sorts of other disingenuous people, for the exact same reason. And again, that's not speculation. That's not something that needs to even be qualified. That's something that had already been qualified. That's already proven. It's just that if you are, if you're like, well, where's the proof of that? It's like, it's already been shown. You chose to ignore it. There are a lot of cases like that. That's the exact same thing with Ethan Van Sciver. Ethan Van Sciver is, constantly having meltdowns and screaming fits the same way Rekieta would constantly be having meltdowns and screaming fits. People directly respond to a Rekieta screaming fit by acting like Rekieta was being a total badass. People just getting it completely backwards because they don't want to see the truth. Ultimately, people just don't want to see the truth. As Medicare said, there are no friends on the internet. Nick is so smug. For no reason, yeah. Nick is challenging to listen to. Yeah, even for me. That's why this has been going on so long. Anybody have the latest on Nick's Rumble contract? Here's the thing is that I'm pretty sure Nick is just going to kind of keep that buried. They're not going to really admit. And by the way, Rumble, again, is still the website that will censor you if their partnered channels personally don't like you. I know that from personal experience. Once again, Rumble deleted a channel with thousands, or really it was like, not thousands, but hundreds. It was like 1,500 videos that was a backup from YouTube. And they deleted it with no explanation and with no TOS violation, by the way. It was just deleted because Nick Rekieta didn't like us. And I was running that channel, and I wasn't even uploading to it. It was just automatically mirroring stuff off of YouTube. Rumble ghosting Nick, and the contract has been expired since the end of the year. Didn't see the above. Thanks for the Rumble update. Again, whatever happens with that, I'm sure Rekieta's not going to actually come out and be honest about it. He'll just be like, oh, we're just in talks still. Meanwhile, if Rumble has just not even contacted him, or if there aren't any talks at all. Oh, I thought it was going to be, I was like, oh, I'm getting fucked up. And it's like, oh, actually, no, I'm doing all right. Oh, shit. I want to do that. Yeah, sure. Sure. Will this work on these things, though? Let's find out the hard way. Shit. I could have turned this potato into gold. I could have turned the steak into gold. Yeah, whatever. Here, okay, yeah, again.
The Kiwi Farms or Josh are actually there.
Gay Rekieta.
You're going to make that argument if you're Epic for sure. Like, wow, these are the worst people on blah, blah, blah. And you can bring up a whole shitload of statements about Kiwi Farms from everybody on Earth who's badmouthed it and try and prove that. I don't think they're actually there. I think they could show damage. I mean, they were web hosted. Now they're not. The statements seem to be being parroted, like Josh said, around the internet, making it hard for them to get service. If he has emails or anything saying, hey, the chatter about your site, we're not going to take it, blah, 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 and he does seem to have a list of companies that have turned them down, that's going to show that they are damageable, right? I really don't think Kiwi Farms is libel proof. I do think Epik would make that claim.
Nice.
Then get off your nuts and trash Josh. I don't have any desire to like. I'll laugh at some of the dumb stuff he does, but I don't hate Josh. He's a dork.
I have to admit,
but I don't hate him. I don't have any reason to trash him.
Cow watching. This is the only way I really want to watch or cow watch Nick. But I have to admit, cow watching him live on stream just to fucking trash him in his own chat and make fun of him would be kind of funny. But I've never really been the type to do that, and I don't need. Here's the other thing that's more important: is I don't need to. If I want to get under Rekieta's skin, all I have to do is just say something, and that's happened where I just say something on a complete nowhere, like 5-view video, and it'll get back to him, and he'll fucking melt down about it. That's already happened before. That's how much I basically have made Rekieta my bitch. Shit. I can just swing over and over again. So it's like there's no topping it. I've already hit the apex of just completely destroying him. He is destroyed. It is over. I mean, for real though, it's like there's not even an argument. Otherwise, I had gotten under his skin without trying, without even thinking about it. All I was doing was just talking honestly and openly, and it made Rekieta have it was like a week-long meltdown. And even I was puzzled about that, and his own friends were coming to me and being like, yeah, Rekieta's being a fucking... Like, Rekieta's friends were being like, yeah, Rekieta's being really gay about this. His own friends were saying that, and they couldn't say that to him. They couldn't go to Rekieta and be like, Rekieta, you're being kind of gay about this, because they know, as you know, anyone who is honest and real knows. And this, like, again, this was years ago. Anyone who knows, Rekieta cannot handle being talked to. You can't talk to Rekieta that way. You can't talk to Nick Rekieta that way. He will not accept it. He will not be able to accept it. Shit. And that is something that we had proven many there. Okay. Mission accomplished. That's something we had proven many years ago. And like I said, it's a matter of people actually doing the noticing of what we had simply offhandedly seen and proven and experienced for ourselves and, you know, witnessed firsthand. It's not something I think, it's something that is, regardless of what other people think. That's why, again, the easiest thing to get under Rekieta's fan skins is point out how effortlessly I bitched him. Oh shit. Whoa. Okay. Oh, no you don't. Nice. This is coming in very handy. Haha. Here, again, we should... Every time I say, we're getting close to the end, and then I pause for like 10 minutes.
People still misunderstand all this. Anyway,
they don't understand. It's weird.
I don't think Kiwi Farms is actually libel-proof. I don't think Josh is actually libel-proof. I do think they have some hurdles in the case, but you know, we'll see. Maybe they've got great ways around the hurdles. We'll be following it if it happens.
It's just funny to him.
Hans on Vacations, who does Facebook and Twitter use for domain registration? I have no idea. Farms should use them. Then farms would be able to sue based on contract unequal enforcement as Facebook and Twitter.
He pulled the EVS voice for. I have no idea. That fake, that forced homosexual trying to sound straight, but he comes off sounding even gayer than usual. Imagine not being able to tell that, by the way. Imagine listening to Ethan Van Sciver and not being able to tell that he's clearly a complete simpering faggot. Like, unironically, just getting his ass pounded constantly. Like, how can you listen to his voice and not tell that so clearly? You have to really be in the dark. You have to be completely fucking delusional and stupid and dishonest as a person. You have to not be able to be honest as a person with yourself or with other people to not be able to tell that Ethan Van Sciver is very clearly gay just from listening to his voice. What's the other one? Decreases your number of hertz. No. This one is good. Whoa, it's getting bigger. This is pretty good, though. I mean, having good reach is very handy. In this game, especially. It's delightful. Look at that. Oh, that's so helpful. Fucking... Okay, that's not helpful. Whoa. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. Let's go back. It actually shows the damage. See? Damage went up. That's cool. That's neat. Okay, so... I don't even have to throw this anymore. Again, I think we're close to being
First
done.
of all, whoever hosts Facebook and Twitter is not going to host Kiwi Farms. Second of all, unequal enforcement isn't a clause of action.
Who cares?
On this, like...
I don't care about your dumb gay feelings about this.
Waiver of enforcement on one contract does not mean that you waive your right to enforce on another.
You wouldn't know, Nick.
So that's not a way they could do that. Hans One
You're just pretending to know.
It is not defamation lawsuit, but contract lawsuit. That's a good question. Unfortunately, like the terms of service contract angle is really, it's probably even harder than defamation.
The fans get to pretend like they have some legal insight, basically talking to somebody who is clueless about the law. They get to pretend like, oh, we know too. And Rekieta will go, oh, that's a good question to, something that's, it is or isn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a good question or not. All that matters is that Rekieta will tell the person asking, and they can feel validated. They can get that, the E-celeb PP touch, as it goes. As the saying goes, to, ironically, make fun of, ya boy Zach, who desperately wanted that exact thing. Oh shit, there we go. That is definitely something. In fact, pitch this. No shit, I accidentally ate it. Well, I'll live. Here, I think we're getting close to finishing this up.
It shouldn't be. But the courts have not actually read adhesion contracts as adhesion contracts when it comes to terms of service. Yeah. Ever. They should, but they don't.
Oh, you know what? There, that was the end of that. Here, let's listen to the ascension of me. We are here today in praise of me. Whoa. Who cares? Anyways, so the next part, I wanted to do some covering of some actual interesting, insightful people. The anti-Rekieta, the underman. Neat. What is it at now? 40%. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Pretty high. That's a crazy high chance. So in order to really, you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll listen to this classic. This classic book.
First part. Zarathustra's Prologue.
Why would I want
1.
that?
When Zarathustra was 30 years
Oops.
old, he left his home and the lake of his home, and went into the mountains. There he enjoyed his spirit and solitude, and for 10 years did
I
not
bet he
weary
did.
of it. But at last his heart changed, and
Based
rising
in
one
Psalm.
morning with the rosy dawn,
So
he went
Zarathustra was an incel,
before the sun, and
looking for a
spake thus
soul to
unto it.
steal. Oh, wait, no.
Thou great star, what
Is
would
it?
be thy happiness if thou hadst not those
Who are you
for
talking
whom
to?
thou shinest?
Who is this nerd talking
For
to?
10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave.
Hither
Thou
and
wouldst
thither.
have wearied of thy light and of the journey, had it not been for me,
Wouldst ya?
mine eagle and my serpent. But we awaited thee every morning,
The
took from
Nazi
thee
eagle.
thine overflow, and blessed thee for it. Lo, I am weary of my wisdom. Like
ya?
the bee that hath gathered too much honey, I need hands outstretched to take it. I would fain bestow and distribute until the wise have once more become joyous in their folly,
actually-
and the poor happy in their riches.
Are they?
Therefore must I descend into the deep, as thou doest in the evening, when thou goest behind the sea, and givest light also to the netherworld, thou exuberant star.
Oh, the nether.
Like thee must I go down, as
I don't
men
think
say,
so.
to whom I shall descend. Bless me then, thou tranquil eye, that canst behold even the greatest happiness without envy.
No, I'm not going to.
Bless the
I
cup
refuse.
that is about to overflow, that the water may flow
this-
golden out of it,
Oh.
and carry everywhere the reflection of thy bliss.
Oh, yeah.
Lo, this cup is again going to empty itself.
Is it? Okay, so yeah, I wanted to go into VR chat to do the VR chat show and go over some. I'm not even sure how it will show up or look, but I'll need a few minutes to set it up. So I will be back in a few minutes. Let's see. Okay. I could. Holy shit. Oh, wait, that's right. I'm still the fucking Grey Knight Apothecary, I think. Something like that. Or Terminator. Terminator Apothecary. I don't even know. I don't even know that much. Oh, what's this? Huh. Oh, there's like some kind of music thing here. Wow. Here, oh, the, I want to see if I can, here, wait, worlds. Where's that, yeah, my worlds. Welcome to my world. What's this socio-psychotic state of bliss? Oh, neat. The, where's the one that was like, oh, Ravenholm. That would be cool. There's Metal Gear Solid ones, but they're fucking no Prospect. Sweet. Half-Life. That would be cool too. That'd be cool. Where's the Half-Life 2 train station? That one's nice. I had it favorited. Where the hell is it? Oh wait, maybe Is it in updated favorites? No. Shit. I'm going to go there before I actually, you know what? Actually, okay, this actually, yeah, invite plus. Stasis. I should get it. I think I'm going to just use my normal, regular, the one I made. Although I have a few other cool ones, but yeah. Me, baby, me. There we go. Oh, that's right. I'm going to have to actually stand up, aren't I? You know what? Here, I can. I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay, yeah, the camera definitely looks cooler. Here, I'm gonna have to stand up for sure. I have to stand up for this. This isn't worth it. It's a bunch of bullshit. The it actually does look cool from both angles. Here though, stream camera. Put this here. Flying. There's me. Well, it's really dark actually. That's not very well lit. But that'll work. Okay. Yay. This is still cool. I don't like this. Hey. Lip syncing's kind of bizarre on this. But you know what? You know me. I don't like to complain. So let's go into desktop view. Look at this. Hello. Basically going to be up behind the chat. But you know what? That's fine. The Choyat. Liam Gray is also in talks with Indiegogo after all his campaigns were closed. Did he close them or did he get banned? To be honest, he should be banned considering, I mean, is Indiegogo, do they really approve of using funds to censor other creators? Because that's what he did. Which Pal World mod is this? It's the best one. Yay. There's a recent clip with Nick and Dick talking about homosexuality where Dick is almost grooming it. Dick, stop grooming Nick Rekieta. Dick, stop it. I'm convinced all these guys are homosexual at this point. There's something to be said for, it's sort of like that wonderful quote from the classic motion picture, Tropic Thunder, where Lincoln Osiris says, it's Hollywood, everyone's gay a little bit sometimes, or whatever the fuck. You know what, can I go find that? If I type in, no, I'm not going to. Here, let's just show the actual show. Is this showing up? Yes, it is. Here's, this is the thing, Epik LLC. Here's what they had to say. All right, all whiny beta snowflakes are DEI hires of the month canceled. Kiwi Farms, they tagged Janny Juice, saying, sorry, we don't like hate speech, porn, or doxing. Hashtag Joe Biden will fix it 2024, and then tagging end wokeness also. This looks like it's just supposed to be a joke, but again, this is their official business account, Twitter. It's like, what the fuck? So, here on the best fediverse node, shitposter.club, classic, wonderful place, hosting movie night every Sunday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have lots of fun. Next week, or not next week, sort of technically next week, but this coming Sunday is No Country for Old Men. Apparently a movie Dad. The guy here, Dad, is this? It doesn't actually show up. I I know it cuts off a little bit of the screen. It kind of shows it. But it's also kind of small. It's not very big. So some of this shit may not be readable, and we're just gonna have to make do with this. I just want to throw this on here, to show Haas at shitpost.cloud, different fediverse node. For those who don't know, the fediverse is like Twitter, but multiple different sites can all post to each other and be read by each other. So people on other fediverse things can see each other's posts, read them, respond to them. It's fantastic. And that means also you can't be banned. Unless you get banned on the node or something, or your node gets banned by another node. Like, say, if shitposter.club blocked shitpost.cloud, which is not going to happen. I'm just using this as an example of something. You know what one that did was Poast, POA.st, blocked that other one, that the one that's gone, that lady ran, and she sort of got doxxed and hacked, and it was pretty unfortunate. But they had blocked her instance, and I don't know why. I know that there wasn't a good reason. I think they were just mad at people on it, so they blocked it. And I fucking had a Poast account, and as soon as I found that out, because a bunch of them were replying to a thread I was in, replying to me. I was tagged, and they weren't replying to me directly, but it was and I couldn't read it because their instance was blocked. So I was like, "Fuck this!" And Dad told me that he was on a different Fediverse node called shitposter.club, and I was able to not even get an invite, but he just linked me to the sign-up page, which is a private sign-up page. But if you have an in, which isn't that hard, then you can register on this. But I could also register at shitpost.club. You could do both. You can just have multiple concurrent. I still have my Poast account, and I can post from it. I just don't want to, because why would I, when they're fucking blocking people who are replying to me for no reason? And the replies to me were just people pointing out some stuff that was saying things. Chudbuds.lol. That was the other Fediverse node that Poast blocked. And I don't care what their reason is. It's gay of them, and I would never be on a site that's going to block other Fediverse nodes. But anyways, so yeah, here's Haas points out. Again, I don't know really any of the people in this thread, so I'm not going to speak for them necessarily, but at the same time, they're probably all cool. But Haas here says in Le Eben meme arrows, be a shitty registrar that gets hacked. So yeah, I think there was another thing, is that Epik got hacked as well. Only value proposition your business has ever offered is that you don't ask questions or respond to abuse reports. Get bought out. New social media manager sets out to implode what's left of the business. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, wrong. Okay, yeah. Nailed it. Anyways, Za. Said Za in better towns than this, as we all know. One thing I'll say, Twitter is easier to navigate replies and threads. Wait, what's this? Dick Baldo Rekieta, heart or star, and repost. Anyways, this is actually a big advantage over Twitter, though, is that I can read and react to notifications. Here, that's the notification of me doing this stream. I posted it too. I like shitposter.club that much that I will post all my my messages about streams. I'll post stream notifications there as well. It's worth it. Better than Minds to that extent. Although I think Minds is technically on the Fediverse now too, because I saw some Fediverse posts being reposted on Minds. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Anyway, so this apparently the social media manager for Epik has just been having just going fucking batshit about this. this should be absolutely a fireable offense, just straight out. This is some of the most retarded corpo account managing I've ever seen. This feels unreal. This is some Kraut and T shit, but it's an actual corporation. See, yeah, this is Griffith at $5.click. It goes to show this is one of the things I love about the Fediverse, guys. Choyet, I just love it about the Fediverse is that again, you basically can't get banned. Oh, look, somebody else. Even people on POAS can follow me, and I'm fine with that. I don't got a problem with that. Detroit Riot City. See, again, I could register at all of these, too. That's cool. I was on the cutting edge of shitting on Epik solely based off how much a faggot Rob Monster was on Gab. Gab, that's the thing. That's why I basically dumped POAS, is because for the same reason that I jumped off of Gab, is like, this place sucks. But the one advantage still, being on the Fediverse, is that POAS isn't even the place. The whole thing is the place. And so that's cool. It sucks to suck. Epik, like everything else, can go to hell. S to spit, which I have clicked on the S to spit. I work very hard to be corporate cringe online. Please don't mock my efforts. Damn it, I need some Afrin. But you know what? I just wanted to scroll through this. Here's a graph who is one of the admins for POAS. Again, I don't like the site. I don't really hate the people running it, but it's just gay that they're fucking blocking it. So I left. But at the same time, here is the guy, and he says, when we used them, the guy running the show emailed us about a tranny on here who emailed them crying that we treat him like a tranny, and he was like, hate is not the way, or some bullshit. They've always been super fakey. This isn't surprising to me in the slightest. Fuck Epik, as Graph or I or a bunch of others could tell you, they left themselves open to that hack. Now, here's the thing. The hack, I assume, is something else, and that is interesting, but I haven't really seen anything about the hack specifically. Is there? Oh, yeah, I can't really read the chat unless I click. Yeah, Chud. Okay, a bunch of people mentioned in the chat Chud. I should have looked at the chat. Sorry, Choyet. I should have looked sooner. I am Von Fediverse. If you want to see me, Thomas Roylope on shitposter.club. I do still have my POAS account. I went and say, I assume this somebody in the chat followed me. You know what? I'll follow back. Oh shit! Fuck it. I actually don't like following back. I'm very anti-follow back, but I just did anyways, just to show that I can. I have to admit, very sad, but I've been tempted to unfollow Moon, who is actually the admin for shitposter.club, just because he posts so much, and I like catching up on social media. And it's hard to do that when you follow people who post thousands and thousands of times a day. But again, he's the admin though, so it's like, and you know what? Sometimes I saw this because I follow him. So to be honest, it's already paid off. Thanks for the $500 trillion super chat, Choyat. Thanks to this, it's really paying off. My fucking numbers are going through the roof. Anyways, my sinuses are just closing. That happens when I talk too much. Clearly, I've been talking too much. I take Afrin before then, and it completely cures it. But I have to take it beforehand. It's right there. The Afrin is right over there. But instead, I'm gonna just gonna bear through, because there's just a couple things. Here's this guy, or Wormwood, who I also follow. I follow him. He's on POAS. I do like being able to hover over this, and it shows what he's replying to. And he's just saying this N-word is having a stroke. I clicked the happy. I love clicking the emoji reactions. Look at this. I'm going to click all the emoji reactions. I love that. Wait, whoa. But, oh, okay. I thought it unclicked itself for a second. Himbo Fagins. Need at least 100K before we can consider that. I think that's in reference to Oh, when are we starting our own domain registrar? I'll make the logo. Okay. You really need 100K? Oh, okay. Graph is saying they need 100K before the own registrar, not to make a fediverse node. Apparently, making a fediverse node is ridiculously easy. We would still be beholden to ICANN, as mentioned previously, which again I still don't know that much about it, but so they start handing out demands. You're just pissing that money away too. The goal shouldn't be aligning with them. It should be creating something to overcome it. Domains 2.0. I was trying to update the old saying, I would not fuck that with Nixon's dick. Now outdated. Anyway. But here, there's a bunch of stuff. A bunch of people talking about technicals and so on. Hatred keeps fumos flying. There's just some stuff. There's a couple things, though, I still wanted to scroll through and get through. ENS was always stupid because having names be human readable is a pointless goal. Okay, I guess. Again, if you're into the technical stuff, you can read that. Otherwise, keep scrolling, fuckface. I'm saying that to myself. Tor and this series of exchanges is genuinely fascinating. Speak for yourself. But you may be right. Here, oh yeah, this better here, wait. I need to find a different registrar. Yeah, I think people talking about they've been trying for the last 24 hours mix of weird sarcasm like this and spamming a blurb for cheap domain registrations. Yeah, they're talking about Epik and somebody saying because of this, essentially, they want to get off Epik because it is a big one. Sort of like GoDaddy is a big one for registering your domain names and that kind of shit. Better do it fast before the idiots decide to lie about you. And he links to his other post. See, this guy, Punish D, has a Poast account, and he links to his his club Siberia.co. It goes to show you could do that on Fediverse. And so here it is. X is getting a little wild, and this is basically what he was linking to. And here's Epik. As they were saying, Epik is just like making goofy sarcasm shit, and then also shilling $9.99.com initial registrations and renewals, which, good a price, but at the same time, that's pretty much the same price you'd probably get from a lot of others. The point of Epik apparently was that they were supposed to be like, we won't look too much into your shit. We'll ignore reports against you. But Kiwi Farms, has a bad reputation, therefore. And the thing is, Epik was ignoring this for a long time, and now what happened was they got taken over. Epik got taken over by someone else. So it's not like they changed their mind. Somebody else new came in and made the company change their mind. And if it's that easy, it goes to show. It's like, how can you even be safe? So that is really sad. Somebody replies saying, why did you steal Kiwi Farms net? From Janny Juice. And they say, we didn't take that domain. And again, this is the original tweet, September 7th, 2023. Then this reply, December 12th, 2023. And then 22 minutes ago. So I think this was from yesterday, from January 24th, 2024. Or something, maybe. Oh, yeah, no, here at the bottom, January 21st, 2024 is the latest reply. So I assume these are all from the same day. We didn't take that domain from the owner. We were forced to help the owner switch to another registrar. Rekieta actually did read this, but he didn't go over this and explain who is saying what. Epik tweeted, we didn't take that domain from the owner, Kiwi Farms. We were forced to help the owner switch to another registrar by the U.S. authorities, I believe. Now, if that's not true, then yeah, that is slander, isn't it? I believe it's registered in Canada now. Josh says that is a lie. Send me documentation from U.S. law enforcement or retract this defamation. It is defamatory. It's implying that basically they were forced to do that as if Kiwi Farms did something so illegal they had to change ownership. And even here's the thing, Epik tweeting, I think you've caught us, in reply to Josh saying this is a lie. Epik reply saying, I think you've caught us. It was woke liberal employees here canceling you because they didn't like the hate speech on your site. Now, fucking saying that on your social media account basically opens your company up to admitting that you lied about somebody. It's not even per se defamation. It's admitted defamation when your company's Twitter account is admitting that you lied. If your company's Twitter account is admitting that you lied, that should be pretty much usable. This is actually another thing. I shouldn't have closed that tab because I was going to scroll down to the other that links to that. Here's somebody else just saying it checks to see if Luke Smith's site is still up. It is. Sigh of relief, can continue to consume Luke Smith content. I don't even know who that is or what that's about, but people are talking. We just have to build something better. I agree. Agreed. Here, I know exactly what we need. A catapult. Been getting worse every couple of weeks. Their website is always a broken mess. The real problem is who. I don't trust Pork Bun, GoDaddy, and Cloudflare isn't good either. Maybe Namecheap. I don't really know. Want to deal with 2FA, can't do it. Sending HTML in an error message is also a really good idea. That is kind of funny. It just works. How airtight is Epic's security? I mean, if they really got hacked, I don't know if it's hacked or if they're referring to the Twitter account making the goofy ass tweets. It's so airtight it's made out of air. The Asbestos Cafe. I love the fediverse. I love money. I love the internet. I love the future. I've heard good things about Nijala. Nijala is prone to activism too. Don't go Nijala. They're run by Antifa types. How common is that? How you can't run a company now without fucking Antifa people being in charge of what is decided, what people can do. Pirate Bay guys haven't updated their worldview since like 2008. That's cool. Wait, serious? What is serious? Wait. Oh yeah. In reply to this, Josh emailed them about Kiwi Farms and they said don't even bother trying. That's sad. Too bad OpenNIC is a pile of shit. What fucking registrars can we even use? What the fuck? We need to make our own with blackjack and hookers. Namecheap with fake names and fake addresses for the whois info. Giga Chad. Seriously, we need to find real alternative because I hate this shit. The Great Ape at thechimp.zone. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. One of the Chinese ones that spam and phishing operations. Yeah, that's funny is that even they might be like, no, you can't post hate speech. Spam and phishing, though, oh yeah, no problem. How do you even become a registrar? Yeah, I imagine it's expensive to actually become registrar. Okay, here we go. Top notch. Specifically because KF, here somebody replying, serious, yes, because KF was anti-trans. They also suspended knitter.net. See, this is why I'm actually reading this, because this is informative and it is interesting. There's lots of interesting information, but they also suspended knitter.net for a while over a BS or bogus CP complaint. Starting to sound familiar. I think that's when Graph noticed. See, that's what I was talking about earlier about just how often and how meaningless it's becoming to just accuse people of CP, pedos, whatever. So when it's actually real, it's now watered down. It's diluted. And this, again, it's when people make the bogus CP complaints, it's like just all kinds of fucked up. It's that's why anyone who just calls somebody else a pedo because they don't like them should be what is legal to say? Not in Minecraft. Not in Minecraft this time, Jesse. I mean it. I don't know. Grind them up into hamburger, whatever. Is that still legal for this year? Maybe next year. In the next, like current year, you'll get all your banned, your accounts banned and your videos deleted for even saying that. They suspended knitter.net's account because someone reported content from another domain. So it's like not even for something on their thing or something. It's all kinds of fucked up. Their TOS. Oh, here. Their TOS is also pure garbage, and that goes to another thing. Fluffytail.org. Gee, great. Now I'm a furry, guys. Thanks. There's the problem. But here it's somebody. There's the problem in that. Well, actually, this isn't exactly, but they post a screen cap of Kiwi Farms. Knitter.net, a popular instance of the open source Twitter front end. Knitter has had its domain seized by Najala over alleged non-consensual content. Knitter unavailable because Najala domain vendor suspended my account. I'm waiting for them to respond. Someone filed a complaint to Najala about unconsensual nudity being hosted on knitter.net with a link that actually came from another instance. It's the first time I've ever gotten any semblance of a takedown request via Najala, so I don't think much of it. When I got an email with subject Najala new message, and the body was just being a link while traveling. A couple days later, and one more email, they just suspended the account. I only found out when knitter.net became unreachable. So again, basically what that's still more than what Rumble gave me. They just deleted my entire channel without even a single message. But I think down here, their TOS is pure garbage. Technically, you are not even allowed to host a fediverse instance on their domain because it can make multiple server requests per second. And if you go by that rule, not even Knitter is technically not allowed. I've never seen a domain registrar restricting what you can host on your domain provided by them unless it's illegal in their state. And here's this screenshot of the TOS. Use of services and domain name. It's your responsibility to ensure that you acquire and keep updated compatible hardware and software. You agree that you will not use services and domain name provided for activities involving launches or hosting of damaging automated programs or scripts included but not limited to web robots, spiders, crawlers, indexers. Web robots listed twice. They hate web robots. Rape, murder, arson, and rape. You said rape twice. They like rape. Especially at Fluffy Tail, I bet. Anyways. Web robots bots said that again. Viruses or worms or any program which may make multiple server requests per second. So isn't that like everything? I mean, not the viruses and worms and stuff, but making multiple server requests per second, that could theoretically be anything. Here, Peachy, you might just be a genius, in reply to registrar. Oh, shit. I just love clicking buttons. Yay! I clicked a button! Okay, so can we just destroy the ICANN already and make a more based version? Sure! Eye rolling emoji. What is this, a rainbow? A rainbow and a crown. The clinking glasses emoji reaction, for some reason, is really big on the Fediverse. I don't know why, but you know what? At the same time, I do know why. Here, I knew I didn't want to stop reading yet. I didn't want to stop scrolling yet. Matty got him. But he says, we need to make I can't breathe. Heart. Clinking glasses. Is this like a skull? Laughing skull? I can't stop my hand enough to fucking see what the description is. I'll just have to click it, I suppose. The emoji reactions basically count as sort of favoriting a tweet. Sort of. Although favoriting, I think, puts it into a separate category as well. As like, this is under your favorited tweets. Whereas an emoji reaction is just a reaction. It's just this. Like this. I'm just clicking this and clicking this and clicking this. Here also, this is very interesting, I think. This was right off earlier. Here's Josh's list of registrars. Kiwi Farms has burned through. I know a lot of people say, but my site isn't as bad as Kiwi Farms, will be fine. But don't say you weren't warned, which is a very good point as well. Yeah, Jenny Juice saying, kicked us off. DreamHost, Cloudflare, Name Silo, seized our domains, Epik, Key Systems, GmbH, intermediary for many registrars. No thanks, internet.bs, 2cows, and I love www. No thanks is at least like a nicer response, just being like, hey, we don't want to, this would cause trouble for us, we just don't want to. But at the same time, I suppose kind of gay. Key system, ideological radicals, key systems can be. We do not tolerate hate sites as defined by a mentally handicapped German. See, I told you it was German. That's probably what the G stands for. Najala, you are anti-trans, and 1984.es, we don't want you. Literally 1984. Literally 1984. What's this? Might as well lay our own fucking tier 1 infrastructure. I'll buy a building, create my own damn data center too. Baller shit. For real, for real. For. That's why my servers run under my bed. Kitty. Here's a no cat reaction emoji. Hold on a second. Can I find one? Chat. Can I find a good one just by scroll? Here's the thing. This is a unpacked emoji. This is like all the stuff that's just available. Oh, wait. No. Oh, wait. Here. You know what? There we go. There. Perfect. Fucking nailed it. In reply to this, of course, is, wait. That your IT guy? Shit. Come on. Okay. Heart. I know these are works. Yeah, here. My daughter loves him. I think he looks a little gay, but whatever makes my princess happy. Heart. Time to find a new registrar. Again, another person who's like, I'm registrared on Epik. Epic's UI was always shit anyway. Remote pause. What would you suggest people use for now? That's okay. And it says there's a reply, hovering over it. Pork bun, but there are TLDs they don't support, like ST. Like Poet, TLD, I assume, would be the last two letters, like the .com or .st or .club, that kind of shit, or .cloud. That kind of talk. Wait, what kind of talk? Might as well lay our own tier 1 infrastructure. That kind of talk leads to Mossad writing you a complimentary suicide note. Well, that's not good. What's a good reaction emoji, guys? Here we go. You know what? That one. It's right at the top. Easy to click. Here, your server admit this is like pure I can has cheeseburger tier shit. Hit the heart on that. If I click this, what happens? Oh, nothing. It's just a hover over. Dad. Also like this. Seal.cafe. Yay. My head is always on a swivel. I'm aware that black people exist. He's aware. You could say he's noticed. One day Hillary Duff will pay for her crimes. I have information that will lead to the rest of Hill. What is this one? If I can just stop my hand from moving. Yeah. Just long enough. Nope. Just won't work. But you know what? I'll click it anyways. So anyways, yeah, that's the thing. That's what's been going on. Here's another. Received a nice mail from them. Been getting worse every few weeks. Yeah, let's see. Oh, this is from support at Epik. We've got some good news for you. If you're registered on .org domain or domains with us, we set a registry discount on our site. We've credited the price difference to you. Simply put, you've saved a few dollars. Wow. You know what this looks like is damage control for like, here, we know everything's looking bad right now. Fluffy tail. In fact, it might be, isn't it? The fluffytail.org person was like, yeah, I'm looking to get rid of them. All of a sudden, here's an email. Hey, we cut some money off of your cost. Don't leave. Here's this. Here's the last one here that I can't read. I'll just look at it for a second. Okay, we looked at it for a second. So, that wraps up this stream. How long has this been going? 5 hours. Holy shit. I don't like him being this long. But We covered information. So that's pretty good. I guess that's not good.
What a shame.
Knitter is an Epik domain? I don't know. I mean, maybe it was, or was he saying it was? I already forgot. But I think it was, but not anymore. If they're out of business before the lawsuit ends, it may not even send a message. It's worth at least people who want to do the lawsuit thinking. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I would certainly support the idea of supporting a lawsuit against them, because a company shouldn't be coming out and saying this. If you feel that way, just keep it to yourself. But having your public Twitter account, like making it a part of your public policy to say this shit, it doesn't matter if it's like, oh, well, it's Kiwi Farms, though, but it's like, so what? It's like, that shouldn't be your business, is saying what your opinion about a website is on your official thing. I had to unfollow the admin for our drama fediverse. He posted so much. It's not about the money for all. He wants to send a message. And I do imagine if he decides to sue, people will absolutely support that. They'll get they'll probably get donations from people who aren't on. Well, that's another reason why I wanted to show this thread, is that these people are probably not even necessarily on Kiwi Farms on the site. I'm sure a lot of them are, but even if they're not, they would probably support the lawsuit. So it goes to show, I wanted to show that to show what some of the real public opinion is about from people who actually know, as opposed in stark contrast to Nick Rekieta, a person who doesn't know anything. I don't usually donate to anything, but I think donating in the name of one of the farm's biggest detractors would be really funny and not weird at all. Yeah, if you do donate, when they open, that hasn't started yet, but if they open donations, if you do donate under the name Nick Rekieta, but no reason not to. Certainly no reason not to. If you can, I guess. I don't know. Josh Mooney actually has lawyers and proof of them saying the lie. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the tweet screen caps are right there. Luke Smith pioneered Lunix content on YouTube. Okay, I guess, if you say so. He used Soy Jacks and G memes. Good Lord. They chose a bad time to pick a fight against Null. The economy isn't great right now. That is harsh, but I'm sure people will still chip in, most likely. There's an Epic domain. I don't know. But in the end, though, we may all be saying, what am I fighting for? Yarg.
What a shame.
And by the way, who said that?
Who said that? Which one of y'all dead motherfuckers just said that shit?
Was it you, String Bean? You tubble lord looking motherfucker?
You fucking mark!
Anyways, thanks again. It's not 2 yet, at least. Few. I'll watch some TV. That Narcos Mexico, really good. It's really good. Better than I remember. I mean, in a way, it's like after Breaking Bad, it's like everything has to be compared to Breaking Bad. Even with me, I would compare everything to that and Better Call. I liked Better Call Saul more, and it kind of ruined other TV shows in a way. But now, going back and watching Narcos, it's like, you know what? This is better than I remember. It's informative. I like it when things are informative. So anyways, thanks everyone showing up in the chat. Hanging out and talking.
You come in here with balls?
We're able to do these streams
because of people like you.
As usual, a bunch more content, the real stuff, hidden videos, super secret, the best videos ever, the best videos on this channel, or that we've done, are on our Subscribe Star. Lots more in-depth conversations. Even a few videos like this of me listening to Rekieta clips. I'm starting to just do that on our Subscribe Star. Some of these are in public because, I think it's a pertinent topic that nobody else will really cover that much. Null covered a little bit of it, but he didn't listen to the Rekieta stuff. And to be honest, at some point, of course, I was phasing out the Rekieta stuff. Really, I derailed from the Rekieta stuff by talking about other shit that was not directly related to what he was talking about. It's just me talking about the same old shit about Rekieta. Like, here's a time Rekieta... Well, other arm. Here's a time Rekieta was dishonest about this thing from years ago, and this and that, and all the bit. But, you know, I think all of that's pertinent, and it shows. I like bringing that up because I like always bringing that up constantly over and over again because it is endlessly validating of me, and it shows what I've been saying and proving is that we've known about Rekieta and we've been correct about Rekieta and pretty much anyone else and everything else on the internet. If you really want to keep up, if you want to be abreast of the latest shit that's happening on the internet, you should be subscribed to us. You should be listening to us specifically. Yeah, again, our Subscribe Star has all sorts of great top-notch shit, in-depth, detailed, a lot more stuff going on that we want to record and get into. We'll do that eventually. That'll be good. I really like this this background looks sweet, actually. It's great. I love Half-Life. Half-Life is so great. So great. Where's the Thus Spake Zarathustra ditty? I'm almost I've actually just reset my progress on this, but I have to like timestamp it myself manually. That's not that hard. If you just right click and like copy at current time and just paste the link somewhere. But anyway, it's like almost 11 hours and I'm at hour 10, so I'm almost done with this finally. Twilight of the Idols I did. Here's the thing about Thus Spake Zarathustra. I have no idea what the point of this is. I've been listening to 10 hours of it so far. I don't know what's going on. Zarathustra is an old guy. He goes around, talks to people. He talks to animals. Animals talk to him sometimes. People come up to him and they're like, hey, Zarathustra, fuck you. And he's like, oh yeah? Well, I will defeat you with facts and logic. In a way, probably the first book that's kind of about that to some extent. And I think just, Nietzsche telling some of his philosophy through novel form, I guess. I guess that's what the point is. There's a lot of interesting things said in it and things that became memes. I think Physician Heal Thyself came from this book. I think, I could be wrong. Could be completely wrong. But you know what? Who cares? It's not important. Nothing matters. It never happened. Kiwi Farms. Yeah, here's this. This is a 22-minute clip of
Epik
Null.
Was our domain registrar for over.
He talks about this. This is worth listening to, I think, if you want to listen to. I mean, if you're going to listen to me talk for over 5 hours now. 5 hours of bullshit. But anyways, still, again, thanks everyone showing up. Thanks again also to the people who do donate to us on Subscribestar. There have been more people lately. That's really cool. So big thing. I'm hoping that the videos that we post are stuff you're going to like, because I imagine if you don't, you're just going to unsubscribe, and then we're going to be broke. We're going to be poor and homeless, living in mom's basement again. So we're going to be living underneath mom's basement. That's terrible. It's terrible. Anyways, I'm trying to remember if there was something else. No, I think that's it. So, thanks, for all our supporters, our strange supporters, all you weirdos out there supporting us. And for everyone else, should have listened to shitty webcomics.